Yeah, the rest of the folks are bogged down, but that carpool lane is really working in his favor right now. Not that he's going to be going anywhere that we can't get to as well, but he is maneuvering his way through, accelerating on the carpool lane, largely passing traffic, but not by any means getting away from the CHP.
And traveling through Vernon now, so he's made quite a bit of distance since started in Lakeview Terrace, and it hasn't been going on that long.
Two CHP vehicles behind him, three carpool lane, largely passing traffic, but not so far by any means getting away from the CHP.
And traveling through Vernon now, so he's made quite a bit of distance since started in Lakeview Terrace,
wide open space,
and it hasn't been going on that long.
To pull something, a spike strip or something like that, but that only happens when it's a clear path,
CHP vehicles behind him.
Right, can't do a pit maneuver either, so just a matter of
largely
just tracking
passing
him,
traffic,
staying
but
on his
not
tail.
so far by any means getting away from the CHP.
And traveling through Vernon now, so he's made quite a bit of distance since started in Lakeview Terrace, and it hasn't been going on that long.
To pull something, a spike strip or something like that, but that only happens when it's
two CHP vehicles behind him.
Right, can't do a pit maneuver either, so just a matter of
Largely
just tracking
passing
him,
traffic,
staying
but
on his
not so
tail.
far by any means getting away from the CHP.
Traveling through Vernon now, so he's made quite a
and accelerate.
bit of distance since started in Lakeview Terrace,
wide open
and
space,
it hasn't been going on that long.
To pull
Fairly
something,
wide
a spike strip or
gray.
something like that, but that only happens
28,
when two CHP vehicles behind him.
What exactly
either, so
Largely passing traffic.
information. Clearly, by calling these guys burglary suspects, that we know this wasn't just a random traffic stop.
Exactly.
You know, it wasn't a DUI or some situation like that. Obviously, they know a little bit more about this situation. Maybe that is why they tried to pull this car over. Wide open, opening much more so on the 210 eastbound as it continues to move eastward now, 70, 80 miles per hour.
Yeah, the farther east you go, it just starts to open wide. Look at that. He is going now way over 70, 75 miles an hour now.
That largely hasn't been my experience in going east on the 210.
You know, it's always pursuits that they have the wide open roads.
We always say they
that
defy logic in many ways,
know.
and sometimes it does defy logic when it comes to the traffic. They always seem to find a way through. Nevertheless, it doesn't necessarily mean the faster they go doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get away either. It's sometimes illogical. But the CHP vehicles can go just as fast and obviously faster than what they're capable of doing.
As we approach the 6:30 hour, our live coverage of this breaking news will continue streaming live on abc7.com. You can also watch it live on our website, and we're going to go to World News Tonight with David Muir on ABC7.
Get away either. It's sometimes illogical, but the CHP vehicles can go just as fast and obviously faster than what they're capable of doing.
Okay, we are streaming live on ABC7, this pursuit that happened I think it started about 25 minutes ago, started in Lakeview Terrace. We are now in the East San Gabriel Valley along the 210, traveling eastbound, probably right now we passed Irwindale, so we are, let's see, as soon as I can get a locator, I can let you know. But we know that there are three burglary suspects in this Mercedes, and we don't know what exactly other warrants might be out for these people, but we know that there are at least three people in this vehicle. It began pursued by the LAPD and switched over to the CHP, and that has been going on for a good 20 minutes now.
And this is Jory Rand joining the coverage here of this pursuit now eastbound on the 210. And as David Ono and Ellen, you were just talking about, it is shocking how clear the 210 is right now.
Right?
Where is this kind of openness anytime we have a story in San Bernardino or Riverside? Because
it's never when I'm driving on
This is not typical. And you see the police overhead right there. Is that a sheriff's chopper? CHP chopper keeping up with this pursuit right now. Last we saw 70, 80 miles an hour eastbound on the 210.
Yeah, traveling mostly on the carpool lane, but he'll head over to the shoulder of the road. He's just been weaving in and out of the traffic. But look at this, it's wide open. And it always amazes me, Jory, they're like, where do they think they're actually going to go? Because you have the helicopter overhead, keeping an eye on them.
Right. We know there are certain circumstances where helicopters are not able to fly. If you're around an airport, anytime you're in LAX airspace, you can get in trouble. If you go up and over the mountains and one of the mountain passes, that's another possibility. But not really, there's nowhere to hide here on the 210. And often when we see kind of more urban settings, often a car will stop and passengers will get out and flee. That's not happening here on a freeway setting either. So however many people are inside of this car, we know it is multiple people. That they are pursuing suspects here, and we're not going to see them likely evacuate the car on the freeway. Although now we're starting to see some traffic pick up.
Yeah, it's picking up there. We are apparently Lone Hill Road. I don't know what locator it would be. Still East San Gabriel Valley, obviously, on the 210 eastbound, but definitely slowing down a bit. They've been able to stay in that carpooling, which has been pretty quick.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like the glass is too tinted, so at some point we might be able to get a look inside the windows there of that car. Often you can see how many people are inside. You can tell what kind of state they are in, agitation, wild movements, gesticulations, things of that sort. But
haven't thrown anything out of the vehicle yet. We've often see that with pursuits. Wow, really slowing down.
Yeah, down to 35 miles an hour, and you see, I think that's a CHP officer right behind. When the traffic was a little heavier, pursuing officers were pretty aggressive in trying to keep up, and they are there right behind. You still see that CHP vehicle right behind this C-Class vehicle driving in. Is this still an HOV lane? Yeah, double white there, HOV lane. On the 210, this is the carpool lane heading eastbound in the East San Gabriel Valley. And so on we watch to see what happens here. This is not a very eventful pursuit, but I would say that's what law enforcement would like to see.
Probably better.
Yeah, you don't want to see some of the dangerous maneuvers. Here we go. Tinted windows on the side, so it is difficult to see.
Yeah, really difficult.
Yeah, what is inside, who is inside, if there's any kind of weaponry, what their state of mind is, state of behavior. And so we wait, now down to about 25 miles an hour.
And we really don't know if they're armed. We really don't know have much information yet. At least we don't. Maybe they have more information on these people, but don't know if he's armed or if there are, in fact, 3 people for sure.
And so, forgive me, what was the last freeway interchange that they have passed here?
Oh, gosh.
Do we know?
They should be coming up on 57.
On the 57. Okay, so still a ways to go before you start looking at the 15 north or south, which way they're going to go. So several major freeway options, but in the left lane, that will take some maneuvering to get across these lanes of traffic. You wonder what the state of the gas tank situation is, how much fuel this car has, how long this can go, where they're headed, and how committed these people are to getting away. If they're in this for the long haul, if they're just going to keep driving until the tank runs out or they try something, but there's really nowhere to go in this situation. This is just a relatively, I don't want to say slow speed pursuit, because last we saw was about 70 miles an hour. I don't know how much the helicopter might have been interfering with that speed, but this looks like a pretty average speed pursuit here on the 210 freeway. Nothing too wild.
And if he keeps going eastbound on the 210, it eventually dumps out into the 10 in Redlands and heads out toward Palm Springs and Coachella Valley. So it's a matter of we just don't know if he has a full tank or not.
Right. Folks heading to Las Vegas know this route pretty well, or anywhere in the eastern San Gabriel Valley and beyond. Rancho Cucamonga, Riverside, San Bernardino, and ABC7 reporters know well when it's even further you start heading towards Hemet and well beyond.
Yep. 70, 80. Wow. Okay. That can't be right. Is he going 83 miles an hour?
Yeah. Sometimes the radar's a little hanky. I believe do we have Chris Christie standing by? No? Okay. En route. We should have Chris Christie momentarily here. Chopper 2, Air 7, another in our fleet, is headed that way. And so we wait. It does look like speeds have picked up a little bit, 80 miles an hour here, according to Air 7. But again, this is what they want. This is what law enforcement wants. You don't want any crazy driving. You don't want excessive speeds. You don't want weaving.
He was driving on the shoulder of the road just a bit ago, but but thank goodness it hasn't been erratic speeds, horrible driving. I mean, it's just been garden variety pursuit in LA.
You want uneventful. You want an uneventful chase. I can't tell. Is that another lane of traffic that they just pulled out of? I see it looks like a double yellow. Are we in the section of 2 lanes of carpool? He's in the carpool lane right now, but there's another lane that he's been crossing into. That is indeed the shoulder.
Oh,
okay, yeah, so he has crossed over into the shoulder several times. In some areas you see the double HOV lanes, but you can see there, double yellow to the left in the carpool lane that driver is in right now, crossing back over into full lanes of traffic, number 2 lane if you're counting the HOV. And we'll see what happens here. Can we see what traffic looks like up ahead, if this is going to continue on at this speed, or whether you think this will slow down here? Several cars here in the HOV lane and back onto the shoulder.
He's made it to the Claremont area now, so he's traveling. You know, he's continue to go east. He'll be out in Azusa soon.
Yeah, and so we spoke a little too soon as far as uneventful. This is now driving on the shoulder.
Yeah, they get a little more desperate. They see that they're getting, you know, that helicopter is just right over that car. It's got to be a little intimidating to think, where are you going to go? There's nowhere to hide.
Yeah, and you know there's a pursuing officer right behind, so they know they know they're not getting anywhere.
Yeah, and
as
it's
of this
approaching
point. Yeah.
Upland now, Inland Empire.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that. It looked like a bit of dust kicked up there in the. You can see dust trailing from behind those tires. So driving on the shoulder. There is a lot of garbage, dirt, dust, chopped up tires that are in there. So if you start talking about speeds of, we're here at 80 miles an hour on the shoulder, eventually you're going to run into some problems. And so now crossing back over into the HOV lane.
We'll have to see if he decides to stay on the 210 or the 15 freeways coming up that he could exit there. But right now it looks like he's dead set on that carpool lane to the 210 East.
The Claremont Club. Okay, so in Claremont on the 210 here, Claremont Club?
Like Claremont Club, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, every time there's an underpass or an overpass, there you can see the cross street pops up for just a second. I keep trying to check it every time it goes by.
You gotta be really fast, Jory.
And this looks like let's see if we can catch this here, and no, still 210. I know. Try and freeze frame that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Claremont Club.
Headed toward Mountain Avenue in Ontario.
Yeah, Claremont Club is just that section of the 210 where it bends a little north and then straightens back out due east in Claremont. So we're approaching Upland here, Rancho Cucamonga in a couple miles, and obviously beyond that we're talking Riverside, San Bernardino, or San Bernardino, Riverside.
Right.
And so Claremont, and it just goes. And it looks like traffic on this Tuesday at the 6:40 hour, which typically you would expect to see a little more traffic.
That's true.
It looks wide open right now, and I don't know if CHP or other law enforcement is pulling any traffic brakes, traffic stops, or blocking some on-ramps, but it is
pretty
wide
slow.
open.
It sure does.
Yeah, that's a good, quarter mile ahead of this car?
Easily, yeah. He's got wide open space, and I guess he's going a little too fast to do any type of pit maneuver. If they did have a wide open space, could they even do it at this speed?
Yeah, you're talking about a serious risk of rollover
miles
and
an
flipping.
hour.
But again, I don't know if something just came off the car or whether that is just debris in the shoulder. But it looked like I saw a large piece of something. So I don't know if they were able to do any kind of spike strips at some point. No, nobody's seen that so far. So this is just debris that it's kicking up in the shoulder, and at speeds of 86, pushing 90 miles an hour on the shoulder, you can see pieces flying of debris. You always often see chunks of rubber from tires, just litter.
Right. And sometimes we've seen is approaching some traffic now, but we've often seen these suspects, throw stuff out of the car, especially if they've getting rid of evidence, if they are burglary suspects, but we haven't seen any of that so far.
Yeah. Yeah, you also wonder about a stray nail or a bolt.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
Any kind of, a large enough pebble can get in the tread of those tires and puncture. My family just experienced a punctured tire with a pebble this last week. Yeah, so it can do it at a high enough speed, hit at the right spot at the right time. You find a weak spot in the tire, it could happen. So it's still on the shoulder. right? Yeah, the pavement's throwing me off a little bit, but that is the shoulder, and closing in on the retaining wall there. But just straight going. So you have to wonder what these cars, the drivers of these cars that he's passing are thinking. You see a car zip by you at 85 miles an hour on the shoulder.
Yeah.
That in and of itself can be dangerous. You know,
Seriously.
how often if there's traffic do you just dip off onto the shoulder just to look around the car in front of you? That happens at the wrong time with a car going 90 miles an hour and you're talking about some serious trouble.
Wow. Right now he's about 8 miles from the 15 freeway, so we'll have to see what they decide to do. But yeah, driving on that shoulder is definitely a dangerous situation.
Yeah, could be problematic. And now in Ontario, on the 210, an unknown number of burglary suspects inside this car attempted pullover, and the car took off. Again, we don't know how many people are inside, what their state of mind is. Obviously, their state of mind in general is to get away.
Yeah, exactly.
And now pulling into some traffic
And
here.
we do believe it's 3 burglary suspects, started in Lakeview Terrace, and now he's trying to weave in and out of traffic.
Yeah, we'll see if there's an exit here. Perhaps they're making their way over to the right lane to get off the freeway. You would think at speeds like this that perhaps an officer would step in and try and stop it, but with this many other cars around, it's not something you're going to really see them do unless the situation would warrant, and right now it does not look like it does.
Oh,
And
there's
there
a
we
van.
are.
There goes
Yep.
that news van.
Yeah, so there's a good view right there. Hi, guys. Keep up the great work. See if you can keep up safely with what's going on here. We'll check in with you later tonight, but this continues with Highway Patrol in pursuit now in the number 4 lane. And again, we're waiting to see at Foothill Freeway if an exit is upcoming, but now we're crossing back over number 2 lane and back over into the HOV. So it looks like we're about back up to 60 miles an hour or so in this pursuit, 72. And back up to speed as our signal's cutting out a little bit. You wonder if that's just sheer distance or if that is the heat. But this is video from earlier of this pursuit.
Yeah, this is when he was really weaving in and out of traffic. This is back to the live shot, I believe, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Back on the live. So yeah, he's approaching the 15, and it'll be the 215, and after that the 10. So we'll see what they decide to do. But now it's back to 90 miles an hour.
Yeah. How long will we stay on the 210?
Rancho Cucamonga area now. So he's made a lot of clocked some miles on this car.
Yeah.
And we don't know if this car is reported stolen or not. We haven't heard any other information. Very little coming into us.
Yeah. Do we see plates on the back?
Don't know.
It's tough to tell with the sun reflecting whether that's hitting the. Yeah, it looks like there's a plate on there. So by now, law enforcement knows whether this is likely knows whether this is a stolen car or not. But onward we go.
Yeah, I always think about the people that are in the car with the suspect driving. You know, that's got to be a horrible situation. I can't even imagine. So.
Yeah, it's interesting. We see, so we have two choppers on this. Chris Christie is on his way in another, in our fleet, and it looks like the traffic being left behind this pursuit is starting to back up on the 210 eastbound, where we saw pretty free-flowing action here. 86 able to go, obviously on the shoulder, you're talking a different story, but at times it was just wide open. Behind what we're seeing on this camera, there is a pretty heavy flow of cars backing up. Because once you have a lot of cars pulling over when they see the law enforcement, the lights and sirens. They're going to pull over. It's going to slow things down. And what was a pretty easy Tuesday commute looks like it is bogging down.
Exactly. And we do have Chris Christie in Air 7 HD. And Chris, do you know anything about these suspects?
Well, so far, I can only report what you guys have been talking about, but as we get a better glimpse behind him here, I can tell you, unfortunately, as I look at the situation from back here and also looking at our maps, the 210 really doesn't clear up for him. That carpool lane is a bit of a luxury right now, but really, the main lanes are pretty steadily, you have seen a lot of volume for a Tuesday afternoon here, but of course, we are in the prime of rush hour, so it doesn't completely surprise me. It makes a lot of sense, but obviously he has had a lot of luck in his way here, as he's had that carpool lane completely to himself. And the further east he gets, I can tell that there are more and more units joining the pursuit, and these are all, rest assured, California Highway Patrol units at that. So they are getting ready for a major felony stop once these three eventually either run out of gas or give themselves up. If they potentially make a run for it and foot bail, that's the other scenario. There has been talk of a spike strip. Interestingly, you can see there's people that are actually streaming this and actually pulling over on that overpass there to catch a glimpse of this pursuit. But there was talk of a spike strip. That would be highly unorthodox, but as you guys know, we do see it occasionally from time to time when the situation and the circumstances are just right. You might once in a while see a spike attempt on the freeway, but with this much traffic, doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to my mind, unless they find themselves in an area that's more secluded or with a lot less traffic, to say the least. But you can see here, as we get closer, the volume kind of breaks up a little bit, but he's still very much committed to that #1 lane at about 80 miles per hour. So not extreme speeds, but certainly doing just over the speed limit at a pretty steady clip here. At times he was slowing down with traffic, but then once he sees a straightaway, picking up right up to 80 to 90 miles per hour, and here comes another slowdown in that #1 lane. And as we look at it from this view, I count at least 5. Is there a 6th one back there, Rob?
Yeah, there are several more further back.
A 6th and another one. So a few more, closer to 8 to 10 units altogether in this pursuit. That's 8 to 10 behind him. The big question in my mind is how many are in front of him? Are they trying to create traffic breaks? Are they trying to meet up with him at entrance ramps or exit ramps up ahead here? You see this fake out that we've seen a number of times over the course of this pursuit as well. He'll get over to the left or over to the right where he sees an exit ramp, and then at the last minute swerves over the gore point as if he thinks he's going to lose those officers behind him. So far, he has had no such luck and is just continuing to play these games. But again, law enforcement has all the time in the world to play these games. He only has a finite amount of fuel in that tank, guys.
Yeah, and you talk about traffic that's picking up. It becomes a bit of a moot point when this car just decides to use, the driver just decides to use the shoulder where it is wide open. And the spike strip, I cannot see a situation where you would expose an officer to trying to lay that down with a car driving at 80, 90 miles an hour and not a lot of room. You have the Jersey barrier. You know, you find that officer exposed to some serious danger. And so I would not expect to see that, Chris. But again, as you said, we have seen crazier things happen in some of these pursuits. And again, this car on the shoulder, I don't know if you caught that, but a pickup truck was in the HOV lane and tried to pull over onto the shoulder, seeing the emergency vehicles, but not realizing that that car was using the shoulder as
almost,
the
yeah, almost looked like he was trying to get involved there. You certainly saw some erratic moves by that pickup truck, and now you can see, as you said, Jory, he is fully utilizing that left shoulder. Now, for the next several miles, that's going to be fine, but as you get much further towards the east, there are limited shoulder opportunities along the 210 freeway. You mentioned the spike strip. One of the opportunities they may have been planning for and may still be planning for is if he gets off at an exit ramp. It's very difficult, as you said, to deploy the spike strip across the main lanes of a freeway. But it's much easier when you get to an exit ramp where there's only one lane and maybe a shoulder to play with. If he shows signs of exiting, you could potentially set up at exit ramps up ahead, and then you have a much better shot of possibly spiking one or both tires. But in any event, you can see for now, that appears to be off the window because he's all the way over in that carpool lane, weaving around anybody in his way and making full use of that left shoulder at a pretty high clip here. We'll go ahead and pop up the real real-time speed tracker. I think we're still looking at triple-digit speeds now as he gets further east here into San Bernardino, where traffic is much more free-flowing. Very little slowdown from here on out. He could take this all the way out to the east and have nothing, really nothing hindering him whatsoever. But of course, the more he accelerates to triple-digit speeds, the faster he's going to go through the fuel in that Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, that car is moving right now, and you almost hope that driving on the shoulder at this kind of speed that maybe something there, a piece of debris, acts as its own spike strip. It won't have the same effect. Where what makes those spike strips so amazing, as you know, Chris, are the spikes come off and remain open for air to flow freely out of those tires, and it breaks it down pretty quickly. That would not happen with a nail or a bolt or something, some kind of piece of debris in the shoulder that you would hope would inflict some damage to the tire, but you never know. I don't know how often street sweepers come through and clear those lanes, but I know driving on our local freeways, there is often a lot of debris.
Yeah, you're right about that, Jory. Run-flat tires can go a little bit further, but it would still hopefully have the effect of at least impeding the handling of the vehicle. The actual steering could change a little bit, and you could still see some benefits of a successful spike. But in any event, that's, like I said, for now, still off the table, but the number of CHP units dedicated to this pursuit is really catching my eye, and I presume that will continue as they continue to hand this off to neighboring agencies. Last I heard, this was Baldwin Park, but I believe that some of these units by now must be Rancho Cucamonga units that have taken over this pursuit and will continue this pursuit for a ways to go before we get closer to Palm Springs. And now you can see we're getting much closer to this Mercedes-Benz, which is very heavily tinted, almost illegally tinted, I would say, from my vantage point. Impossible at this angle to see through those windows. I am getting a lot of static in my ear. I'm not sure where that's coming from. If that's that might be you. Try UHF4. Let's just see. Stand by 1 second here. Still pretty bad. But anyways, guys, he now has that entire freeway to himself. If those units, by the way, are in a position where they are forced to pull back for whatever reason, which I don't anticipate, they do have that California Highway Patrol helicopter right above it all, calling the shots. So that helicopter overhead is calling out the speed and location, and those units on the ground can then concentrate on just continuing the pursuit at a safe distance without having to worry about a whole lot of extra communication or radio traffic. They're right behind them. They've got plenty of officers dedicated here, and now it becomes a much safer situation. Always safer on the freeway, but when you have a wide open freeway like this with not many other motorists in the vicinity, then you have the opportunity to get a little more creative. And it looks like he's getting off. This
is 215, right?
At the 215 freeway. That's the 215, and he will have the option here. I believe he still has the option of going, southbound. Now he's committed to the southbound side. Something just flew off of that vehicle, or he may have just run something over. I saw some sparks there, but he is now committed to the southbound side of the 210 freeway, where, by the way, traffic remains relatively light here, but at least he's going to stay in the metro area of San Bernardino. He's not going to continue into the desert at this direction. He's going to go southbound on the 215 freeway. And maybe we'll start to figure out whether he has connections out here, whether he is familiar with this area, or whether he's just continuing this joyride along the freeway. But as long as he's on the freeway, that's where law enforcement would like to keep it. Guys, I'm going to hand it off to you for just a second until I figure out where the static. Oh, it might be.
Yeah, you got it.
That's just coming from.
You got it, Chris. Okay, so now 215 south. This now gives this driver the opportunity to head back into the LA metro area on a number of outlets, but anytime I see a car heading east like this car was, you wonder whether they're going to try and go up over one of the mountain passes where helicopters might have some trouble making it up and over. You talk about fuel and you talk about elevation, but now is this, so he might have just exited off of the 215. This is, no, it wouldn't be the 10. We're still too far north, I think, for the 10. This might be the 66?
He's right there. He's right there on the 215, guys. I'm not sure if
stayed
you
on.
can hear me.
And now coming to, now off of the freeway.
Okay,
this is at baseline.
He's at the exit ramp.
Yeah.
Okay, he's on Surface Street. He's making a left now on Baseline, going westbound on Baseline Avenue, and now maybe preparing
back on?
to go the opposite way
Yeah.
on the 215 freeway, doing a 180, and now going back northbound on the 215 freeway. And that's what I was starting to get at there. If we see these kinds of turns, it tells you, wait a minute, I'm not so comfortable. I don't know my way around here, or my final destination is not going in the direction that he was going. So for whatever reason, we're speculating, but for whatever reason, he's decided to go ahead and reverse course, get off the freeway, and now going the opposite way, northbound on the 215 freeway. Now, I would expect him to stay on the 215 freeway all the way up to the Cajon Pass, because if he gets onto the 210, which he could do, then he knows he's in for some more traffic, and something tells me that this guy does not want to keep fighting that traffic that he's been fighting for the better part of the last hour or so. That's just a guess, but obviously he may have a destination in mind, and that might be taking priority. In any event, he's going northbound now on the 215 freeway towards the Cajon Pass. We'll see. A wild, look at them, cutting off
really
that Mack
fast
truck.
move.
A wild swerve in front of that 18-wheeler. A great move if you're trying to lose those officers, but there's plenty behind them to make up for that last-minute move. Another wild left-hand turn through that, fortunately, green light. And now this pursuit, again, back on surface streets, taking on a more dangerous profile here. And now we can expect a possible pit maneuver here if they see an opportunity. One has to believe that pit maneuver has been authorized by now.
You would think, and it almost looked like that pursuing officer thought about it and just kind of realized there were too many cars around. But once you see a vehicle like this being pursued take wild movements like that, you can feel the desperation and the danger ratchet up pretty quickly and pretty noticeably. And it seemed like that officer knew what was going on, realized what was happening here, and thought about it, but then just didn't have the situational go ahead to be able to pull that off. And now we are on Highland Avenue, back on side streets. You know, we said early on here that it was an uneventful pursuit, and that's what you want to see from law enforcement's perspective. Blowing through a red light, it just turned green, but you see people there. I don't know if that was a baby stroller or a shopping cart, but you see people at intersections, and you have a car going this fast, Chris, you start talking about some real dangerous possibilities.
You've got innocent motorists left and right, pedestrians. What was an uneventful pursuit may very quickly become very eventful. Here comes the pit right along the right fender there, and spinning that Mercedes out of control, doing a full 180 and disabling that vehicle for now. We'll see if there's anything left in the tank there. He has come to a complete stop. He is now facing southbound, face to face with these 3 CHP units. Head on now with his hands and arms in the air, driver getting out of the vehicle. It is over for him. He understands that that vehicle wasn't going anywhere, and his time is up. The driver calmly giving up here, proned out, assuming the position right there in front of those officers, appears to be obeying the commands. But remember, there are 2 other suspects that we are aware of inside that vehicle. So a textbook pit maneuver to finish this guy off and end this pursuit exactly the way they train at the academy. A perfect 180 face-to-face with those officers. Immediately they all jumped out, and the suspect fortunately gave up as they now attempt to detain the driver of that Mercedes-Benz. Again, we don't know if that Mercedes belongs to this guy or perhaps if it was indeed a stolen vehicle. We only know that the original one was burglary. These are burglary suspects as CHP, and it appears San Bernardino Sheriff now involved in this pursuit as they appear to be taking over this arrest here. It looks like a number of different agencies, including, does that say ATF? I'm not sure. What does that vest say?
It says police.
It's just police.
the
Okay,
LA
I'm sorry.
police, yeah.
I thought I saw, I thought I saw something else.
I think
Never
it says
mind.
Laverne.
It could be a number of different agencies, including Laverne, which is not too far away. Also, you've got Fontana and San Bernardino. In any event, you can see them still very cautiously pointing their weapons at that vehicle, about to approach it momentarily. They definitely can probably make out those other suspects by now, but again, through those heavily tinted windows, it could be difficult, but I would expect they will begin approaching that vehicle momentarily using the PA system to give those orders for the passengers to one by one step out of the vehicle. What we're not seeing, by the way,
Right, I don't see anyone else in there, do you?
doors open.
I don't.
I don't.
Yeah. I
don't.
These are obviously
Like
dark tinted windows, and we were told there were multiple suspects. But given how quickly the driver got out, Chris, I'm surprised that if there is somebody else in the car, that they haven't given up as quickly. It's rare you see. I mean, this was a driver who
Here comes somebody
knew.
else. Here comes somebody else.
There we go.
Here comes the passenger climbing out of the back seat into the driver's seat over the center console. Now about to give himself up. Hopefully here we will see. He may be injured. I'm not sure. He is collapsing out
Someone
of
else
this vehicle.
inside.
And now another person visible in the passenger seat. So that would add up to 3. If there is a 4th, we don't know. But that passenger from the back seat crawling over the driver's side onto the pavement there with his hands up appears to be cooperating as well. This would be suspect number 2 out of the back seat, driver in custody, and then one more person in the passenger seat who will be ordered out of the vehicle. But it doesn't appear, and you got to wonder why he didn't just come out of the back seat the good old-fashioned way by opening those doors, but for some reason he climbed out. Maybe the child lock was on, who knows. But in any event, now they are getting ready to order that third suspect who is sitting in that passenger seat out of the vehicle. And we would expect if she intends on giving up, she will be coming out as well in just a few seconds. But right now, you can see not much movement coming from that passenger seat, which is a little bit surprising.
Yeah, now you see the officers backing away, and I don't know if this is a case of someone being non-compliant or they're just kind of regrouping to assess what's going to happen here. But this person doesn't appear to be moving inside, not making any motions to get out.
I'm going to put my chips on non-compliant, and you can see that canine at the ready.
Yeah, now here we go.
That will be
Here
the
we go.
first.
We see some movement coming out now.
She is now thinking better of it and now coming out with her hands up, and good for her, because that canine unit was ready to pounce the driver's seat of that vehicle if she didn't. And you can see, fortunately, it looks like this pursuit is coming to a peaceful resolution, but the suspects obviously taking their time crawling out of the vehicle. But fortunately, all's well that ends well. Fortunately, nobody hurt over the course of this high-speed pursuit out of the San Fernando Valley. LAPD, San Bernardino, CHP, a number of agencies bringing this pursuit to a peaceful resolution.
Yeah, you have to imagine that it was made known that they have a canine unit there who they were about to send in if they had to, if no movement was made, because it looked like this woman did not want to get out. And then very quickly the decision was made to do so. But as I was saying earlier, Chris, it's rare you see a driver just know it's up. The jig is up, it's over, and he just got out and gave up. You know, we usually, it takes a little more time or some kind of fight left in him. He had nothing left, and it was, that's, you know, you'd rather not see a pursuit, but when it comes to an end, that's exactly what you want to see. It's over.
Yeah, exactly. Out of gas, literally and figuratively, immediately putting his hands in the air, because if he doesn't show his hands, the risk to his life becomes dramatically questionable. So the first thing that he did is exactly the correct thing, which was to show his hands and arms, put them up in the air. That's exactly what they were ordering him to do. The vehicle, fortunately, was immobilized. Once that inertia switch was flipped, that pit maneuver has the effect of disabling the vehicle completely, and it would require a full restart to turn the vehicle back on. Fortunately, that was not attempted, and he gave himself right up. And you can see uniformed and unmarked, plainclothes officers at the end of this pursuit from a number of different agencies, most likely bringing these suspects back into LA County.
Yeah, and once again, kudos to that officer who pulled off the pit maneuver. We have seen many fail in the past. That was textbook, as you said, Chris. Perfect. You can see exactly where that car is lined up with the street lines. I mean, it was just such a perfect maneuver. It brought this to such a quick end, and you can see lined up there facing the opposite direction. Well done to that officer.
That's right. One more for the CHP highlight reel, and 3 dangerous people off the road. Fortunately, what could have been so dangerous at the speeds that they were traveling and weaving through traffic, again, when it was on the freeway, you breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
But once he got off the freeway, continuing those erratic moves and those wild left turns, I just start to take a deep breath, because you just never know what kind of a miscalculation that driver could make, and how much more dangerous these pursuits become. And fortunately, they wasted no time right off the freeway, and within a couple of minutes, they saw their opportunity. He took it, and a very well-earned steak dinner for him tonight, because we have exchanged some videotape of that pit maneuver now that we can replay. Just a perfect pit to end his day.
Yeah, that driver gets the win or the save, however you want to classify this in baseball, but and we even have a rewind and a replay, just like they do in sports. Okay, so all clear here. Can't see that enough. Great job, and then the officer just gets on out of there, because they would be in the line of fire. But Chris Christie, thank you for hustling to this scene and adding to this coverage. Invaluable, and we thank you for this, and we'll see you at the next one, I'm sure.
You got it, guys. That's right. Thank you, thank you. You got it, guys, no problem.
We've got some breaking news. Let's go right up to Mike Lorber in Sky 5 over this high-speed chase. Mike?
This has been going on for about 20 minutes. We've been listening to the dispatch on Esburn. This is a Hyundai SUV that, according to the Illinois State Police dispatch, is wanted for armed robbery earlier this day. This pursuit we heard on the Esburn started off the Bishop Ford Freeway. That's 94. Went back and forth in Sibley, went down to the south suburbs, almost a collision about 3 minutes ago, where this vehicle, as you can see, an extremely high rate of speed, turned around in Glenwood Dyer Road. Currently, this is northbound 394, and we are about a mile before I-80. This vehicle, I would say at this point, is exceeding about 100 miles an hour. There's one, Max is going to stay with the vehicle here, so what you cannot see is behind it is the Illinois State Police in several suburbs that are coming up on this as well. Several times they were almost able to get to this vehicle, haven't been able to do it as of yet. Behind this vehicle, there are probably about a dozen squads with their lights flashing. So now we're northbound on 394. There's a lot of interchanges here where this vehicle can go several directions. If they go east, they go towards Indiana. If they go west, they'll head towards the Tri-State Tollway, or they may continue northbound into the city, and it looks like that's their plan right now. So this has been ongoing again. This is a Hyundai, and they're saying from this point that this vehicle was wanted for armed robbery. Now it's heading towards the city, so we're northbound 394. As you can see, driving erratically here. This is the Bishop Ford. This is the beginning of the Bishop Ford Freeway, northbound as we get up towards about 167th Street. Again, a lot of vehicles behind this. This vehicle will eventually maybe head up towards the city, and a whole network is waiting for them. What typically happens here is the state police will notify other suburbs. For example, this is heading up towards Dalton, Calumet City. Those suburbs may enact their people here to try to catch this vehicle ahead. And again, that's almost happened. There was almost a collision down in Lansing near Cottage Grove, down about Glenwood Lansing Road. Again, this vehicle wanted for armed robbery. They did say in the dispatch they believe there are 2 people inside and they're armed, and they're heading northbound here in the Bishop Ford, right around 159th Street.
And now we are clearly in rush hour too, Mike, and the traffic is getting heavier even as we've been watching this car weaving its way through, he's behind someone right now, just wove his way in front of a semi and is going along the shoulder. So this is clearly an extremely dangerous situation, particularly with the people being armed. Now, as they get closer to this difficult traffic situation, I know every jurisdiction may have a different rule about a chase. What do you know about what we're dealing with, at least specifically right now, as it deals with the Illinois State Police, since they have jurisdiction on the interstate?
That is a solid point, Marion. So now we're northbound at Sibley Boulevard. City limits are about a mile and a half away. So once this vehicle were to cross over the Cal Sag, it is technically in the city of Chicago. I can tell you this, though, I'm looking up ahead now, and I see a lot of other vehicles. And again, we don't want to lose the vehicle. This is not an easy shot to keep for our camera person, Max, here, but a lot of squads are up ahead as well. Typically, in this case, because this is on the highway, this is from the Illinois State Police. We don't know where this started from, but it was down here in the South Burbs. They will continue to pursue. The city of Chicago doesn't often pursue because they are worried and have had issues before where people not involved in the pursuit have been hit either by the police or by the pursued vehicle, causing damages. So again, let's resum all this up for you. This has been going up and down the Bishop Ford. We picked it up here around 147th in the Bishop Ford. It went all the way down south to Lansing. This vehicle, a Hyundai, wanted for armed robbery. Of course, it's dispatch. And again, this is what we call the Steel Bridge here. So now we are northbound in the city limits here, just crossed into the city limits. A lot of troopers here seem to be heading northbound after this vehicle, and now we're northbound of the Bishop Ford. That's I-94 near 130th. You've only got about 3 ramps where you can get off here before you actually get into the Dan Ryan Expressway, and there'll be a lot more traffic there. So northbound right now on the Bishop Ford, right around 130th, we can see 2 state troopers that are trailing at about a half a mile. But again, this vehicle has been exceeding on several occasions over 100 miles an hour, driving very erratically. You can see tailgating that SUV that's in the left lane, weaving from the left lane to the right lane, trying to make its way through. So now we're northbound on the 130th, and again, we'll see if they keep pursuing here as this vehicle enters into the Chicago city limits.
And the traffic is getting heavier and heavier, which of course makes this a lot more dangerous. He has come close several times and is weaving in and out of some of these semi-tractor trailers, heavy duty tailgating, and clearly going very, very quickly. That's got to be the major concern right now.
Did he exit? I think that might have been
he just
took the right. Yeah, you got him right there.
Right, so we're heading at 130th Street, and here comes, this will be on a westbound 130th Street.
So now we're in the city of Chicago, on the streets of Chicago.
Right, so this is the far southern limit of the city of Chicago. The 130th Street, if you go about a mile south of here, that's where the Cal Sag is. That is the southern limit of the city of Chicago. The vehicle is now westbound at 130th, heading from the Bishop Ford. Will eventually head towards Indiana. Now, about a mile ahead here is a very dangerous turn where you have to go sharp, basically westbound to Indiana, and then you go north. That is an area that is normally stopped up and a difficult turn, so something might come to a head here near 130th in Indiana. As you keep going, if you keep going westbound here, you'll eventually get back into the suburbs. You can see there's some road work here on 130th.
Oh, now he's going the opposite direction.
We can't show you behind.
He's going the opposite direction.
Correct. It looks like it's going to try to turn here. Almost hit another vehicle that's heading eastbound and maybe trying to make a turn. What we can't show you behind this because Max has to stay on the SUV here. Again, that is a Hyundai that is wanted for armed robbery, according to Eastburn. Now we've got maybe about a half a dozen troopers with lights flashing here going westbound at 130th. So we're coming up to that railroad interchange here. This is 130th in Indiana. You go underneath and it will have to turn either right or left here. You've got a lot of vehicles also that come north or south. This is a dangerous intersection as it is. So let's see what the vehicle does here. All right, so it's going to get northbound. This is on Indiana. And again, we're still in the city of Chicago. And then the vehicle, as the state police are getting closer and closer, the vehicle, state police are right behind it as it has to navigate these turns. 3 blocks to 127th Street. We're west on 127th Street, and the police are close behind here. So you'll keep going west on 127th Street, and again, all of this is very, very dangerous. A lot of traffic in the other direction. There's a school bus that's slowing, and it almost went into the back of the school bus, trying to get around the school bus here. This is a dangerous situation. Let's hope that school bus isn't occupied with kids. The vehicle able to get by here as the police continue this pursuit. This has been ongoing. We've been listening to this, I believe, since about 4:15. It's been ongoing before this, and again, it's traveled probably north and southbound of another 15 or 20 minutes, and maybe about 20 to 30 miles here. Went from all the way from where we are now near 130th, and now this vehicle is really picking up speed in the straightaway here on west of 127th. Went all the way down to Lansing, almost collided with a few vehicles, came all the way back north on the 394 here to the Bishop Ford. Now we're on 127th. There is an officer waiting for this vehicle here at 127th and Halsted, and that is coming up in a matter of seconds here, so we'll see what happens. They have to stop for the light at Halsted in traffic, and there is another squad that is right there.
Just missed
that, I believe that's Calumet City. That's coming in at 127th and Halsted. You'll notice that a lot of the pursuees here are either Illinois State Police or suburban jurisdictions here as this vehicle keeps going to 127th Street. Now again, we're in a city limits situation where we're going to cross I-57 in a matter of minutes here. The north side of I-57 here on 127th Street is Chicago. South is Blue Island. 127th westbound, and you can see how fast this vehicle is going. It has taken it, even with traffic, we're at 127th and Troop now. It's taken about 3 minutes to get from 127th all the way from the Bishop Ford, that's I-94, towards I-57 here. This is a busy intersection. 127th and Ashland here. We're by the expressway. Now we're crossing I-57, turning northbound here. Let's see if they jump on northbound I-57 towards the city here.
This is a very frightening situation, and at what point do you think there may be a shift in tactic here, Mike? I don't know. We don't know how far back they are because you can't change, and we don't want you to change the shot.
We've seen them gotten close a couple times, but you imagine a significant amount of coordination between the agencies here to try to communicate a possible path of where this person might go, even though there doesn't seem to appear to be any sort of plan. It, of course, got way more dangerous when you get off the interstate because it's much more close quarters, and one slight miscalculation can mean a really bad crash. And then you also have this as well, getting when he's back on I-57.
And you've got this speed, and anytime you've got this level of speed, the slightest mistake can be deadly. And it's a very frightening situation for those around them. They can't necessarily see what's coming, and this guy's definitely this person is definitely driving erratically on the shoulder.
There is a large curve that's coming up here that again is another dangerous situation where I've covered a lot of accidents. Northbound 57, when you go north of Monterey to 111th Street, there's a big curve that comes up on 107th Street. If you're driving without traffic, it can be very, very dangerous. And then we're about a mile away from this either turning into the Dan Ryan, and I don't want to predict here, but if I had to, I would say this vehicle will probably head east as 57 goes east and then go right back south on I-94 rather than heading into the city. They are still pursuing very vigorously, though, behind. We see 2 state troopers that are trailing here as safely as they can. They're basically about a quarter mile behind. We also see squads now above on 99th Street, and there's that curve there. It's going underneath 107th Street on the right shoulder. You saw that Chicago squad going eastbound. They're all communicating in what's called the ISBRN network. They all communicate in situations like this with each other. Look at this vehicle picking up speed now, northbound to the 103rd, and again, I-57 on the shoulder. This is going to make a northbound turn, and if you ever drive I-57, this is the turn around Halsted. In a matter of about 10 seconds here, it's going to have to turn right and then head eastbound towards the Dan Ryan merge. They just said on the dispatch that they said there was a male inside, and again, this vehicle is wanted for armed robbery earlier in the day. They're saying there's a male and a female inside. They believe that the people inside this vehicle are armed.
riveting to watch this, but so frightening. And I worry, honestly, the most about the people that they are approaching. They have no idea what's coming their way, except someone that's moving very quickly. And how many times have you been on the expressway and had some really fast driver come up on you and scare you, and your reactions become critical? So it's really a frightening moment right now just to watch this, and where they're going to go, and how police can even manage this. How, you know, what kind of strategies they have to use to try to be able to handle this situation, because we have seen what happens when these chases go horribly wrong.
And in a crash. Yeah, and that's so often the case.
Exactly. Now we're on the Dan Ryan. So
Okay.
now they just went north on the Dan Ryan, and as we all know, a lot more traffic on the Dan Ryan. So now northbound, really again picking up that speed here. Northbound Dan Ryan, we're going to come up on 95th Street here. Now I can look ahead northbound. There is no traffic on the northbound Dan Ryan. There's the CTA red line at 95th Street. You'll see the vehicle come out on the other side of that. You've got the Dan Ryan. Now again, what's different from the Dan Ryan than the other expressways, you've got exits basically every 4 blocks here. So they can exit 87th Street, 79th Street, 74th, 71st. You get the idea. Eventually, you can head all the way north, and we don't see any traffic on the northbound Dan Ryan all the way up until about where the Stevenson is. So again, this is another area where this vehicle, a Hyundai that is wanted for armed robbery, can pick up a large amount of speed. And now we're exiting again here. Let's see, we are at 87th Street. So I believe they're exiting at 87th Street.
So you're getting into a residential area, and this is rush hour still, and who knows what the circumstances are. School is in session, so there are potentially schools nearby that could be part of the problem. They're on residential streets now where you don't have, you know, you have to slow down at each street to make sure that you don't run into anybody a lot of times on these side streets. So there could be pedestrians making their way. Fortunately, it's cold. Maybe people, not as many people maybe out walking the streets, but still, you're in a residential area, and he's still going well beyond the speed limit. Maybe not 100 miles an hour, but well beyond the speed limit.
Right, and again, you see it right here as opposed to the expressway where you know it's open. These are residential streets, and you don't know what's coming up, and this could absolutely cause a collision. I believe we're off of State Street, or maybe a block off of this. They got off at 87th Street, went about a block, so we are about coming up maybe about 83rd Street here, northbound on this residential street.
Yeah, you just saw him go over a speed bump. So you're in a clear residential street dealing with speed bumps. This makes it even more frightening. I don't know. I hope people are watching, or they can alert people. And that's one of those things. There's no way for drivers and residents necessarily, unless they're watching television right now, to know what's going through their neighborhoods, and other drivers as well.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right, and I think these speed bumps are here because we're off of State Street here, and again, now the vehicle is heading eastbound, but those speed bumps are there because a lot of people take those as alternates for the Dan Ryan and tend to exceed the speed limit there because they think, well, I want to save time getting off the Dan Ryan. Now the vehicle heading eastbound here, and I believe we're on around 83rd Street and trying to stay with this. I'm not sure, and I was looking behind here when we're trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure out if the state police or the people have been pursuing even know where this vehicle still is. They may have lost him because I'm trying to look behind as we stay with the vehicle, which I believe is east and around 83rd Street, and they may have lost the vehicle. So if anybody's listening in, this looks like east on 83rd Street. We're about a block or two from Martin Luther King, which is 400 east here. Again, that vehicle bailed off the Dan Ryan, and I believe this is coming up on MLK now and went eastbound across MLK. So that was Martin Luther King here, and eastbound, I believe, again, this is 83rd Street. And again, Marion, as you were talking about, this is a residential area where speed limits are about 20 or 25 miles an hour. You've got a stop sign almost at every light here. Now the vehicle going northbound, so we're at about 600 east here, northbound, and a very residential area, and now we're parked. So the vehicle has pulled in front of a home here. We're about 2 blocks east of Martin Luther King here, and we're north of 83rd Street. Looks like somebody got out of the vehicle. What's that, Max? The cameraman's talking. Okay, so We've got one person that got out of the car that's behind that tree there, and we see in the center, and then one person that is still in the car. And we can just see what happens here, but what we don't see, and we talked about this before because we are in the city of Chicago, we didn't see those lights that we saw all throughout the expressway. We've been very focused on the Hyundai here that, again, was wanted for armed robbery. So the vehicle is parked here, and again, we're about 2 blocks east of Martin Luther King. Got back in the car here now, and just north of 83rd Street. And again, don't see any police moving in at this time. Let's see if the vehicle stays here or continues to move on.
Allison Rosati with Stefan Holt here. We want to thank Marion and Alex for their coverage. This is very surprising, especially after the high speed that this car was traveling at with the armed suspects inside, that they would take time to park. Do you have any eye on any type of law enforcement nearby, or is this pursuit over?
So the lights that we saw flashing on the expressway, and again, if you're just joining us here, as the vehicle parks again, this one up and down 394 and up and down the Bishop Ford Freeway, there were lights the whole time. Those lights appear to be gone. Now there is a vehicle, let me count my streets here, that's coming off of 83rd Street as this there's 2 people inside this vehicle get out there on the sidewalk. There are squads that are starting to come west on 83rd Street. So we are, let's see, I think we're about a block east of Martin Luther King. I do see squads, and again, we can't show you that shot here because...
Oh, they're splitting up. One person's going one direction, the other's going in the other.
Right, one person's gone in different directions here. There are squads moving in. So we're in an apartment complex here.
Again, we've been holding our breath.
And we just saw something being thrown
vehicle.
over the fence, too, yeah.
And now,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I hope that people who are watching in that neighborhood there can find a way to stay sheltered, since we do know, as you've been reporting, Mike Lorber, that these 2 are armed. And they are suspects in an armed robbery from
That's
earlier
what they pursued.
today.
I'm going to ask you, you can see there's a squad that just went right by him right now. And he threw something on the ground. Nick, if you can hear me, our pilot, has the Chicago Police Department helicopter, are they up flying over this? So the Chicago Police helicopter has been flying about this as well, and we've been so focused on these people that have been winded. That is important because they have the same perspective we do, which means that they, from the air, can direct the Chicago Police Department down below here to where these people are. So this is the man that we saw get out of the vehicle. Again, this was a Hyundai that was wanted for armed robbery. The Illinois State Police Network, and there you go. There's a squad pulling up right now.
Oh.
And let's see if we have a foot chase here. I believe we're on 83rd Street, and I believe somebody is about to be taken into custody.
Remarkable, walking so casually down the street, looked like they were on a cell phone, and that Illinois State Police car just rolled up real fast and got out and told them to get back onto the sidewalk there. I'm watching another officer approach there.
I have to say, I was...
So this has come to an end.
Concerned because of the fact that there was an armed situation, that there might have been somewhat of resistance or a shootout. So thank God this appears to be ending peacefully with the suspect taken into custody.
Right, I believe we are 83rd Street and Martin Luther King, 83rd and King Drive. So again, it looks like we're in custody.
Mike, just to confirm, we saw 2 people get out of that vehicle. This was the one gentleman who turned to the right of the camera. The other person went left. Do we have any idea on what happened to that person?
We don't. And Max, I'm going to ask my camera person because Max was following as well. We saw the other person go in the other direction, eastbound. That was off of 83rd Street. That's correct? All right, so just to sum all of this up very quickly, this pursuit went on for about 30 or 40 minutes. It was off of the Bishop Ford I-94, went all the way south to Lansing near about 183rd Street, Glenwood Dyer, came back north on 394, all the way into about 127th Street, across to I-57 into the city, bailed off the Dan Ryan at about 83rd and went residential. Police lost the vehicles after a while. They parked, then went north on around 83rd Street, got out of the parked vehicle. One person inside heading westbound. That's the person that's been taken into custody. Looks like a man at this point. Another person went eastbound, and that person, we don't see any other squads eastbound, but they'll probably still look for that person there. This was a Hyundai that was wanted for armed robbery. One person is in custody here after a long pursuit at 83rd and King Drive. And again, we've talked about it over and over again. We thought there may be a collision. This vehicle several times driving dangerously over 100 miles per hour. No collision. A lot of Illinois State Police, Cook County Police, more squads are coming into the area here near 83rd and Martin Luther King Drive.
Well, nothing short of a miracle in the fact that that high rate of speed in that police pursuit, there were no collisions, and even next to a school bus. I don't know about you, but I was holding my breath when it went around the school bus.
Too close for comfort.
Nice job, Mike Lorber and your crew up there in Sky 5 following this pursuit and what appears to be an arrest, and we're not sure about the second person that was in that vehicle, if that person has been apprehended.
Okay, we'll try and stay on top of this. Mike
I
Lorber.
would guess that's why we've got police heading east from here. We're going to keep an eye on that for you. We'll get back to you if we see the police moving in on that second person.
Okay, Mike Lorber and Sky 5, we appreciate the coverage of this high-speed chase through the south side of Chicago right now. Mike, thank you so much.
David, we were up over in Knott's Berry Farm, looked out the window, and what do you have? Another pursuit. This is eastbound 91 freeway, just past the 5 freeway. Unclear which agency is pursuing this vehicle. Right now, he's going so fast, there's nobody right behind him, but very erratic driving, getting off of the 91 freeway. It's a black Honda Civic. The driver's side window rolled down. Apparently, this was an attempted traffic stop. As I mentioned, unclear which agency and who is pursuing here, or if this is technically still in pursuit mode, but what you can see here is that the driving is very dangerous, very erratic and aggressive tactics as he tries to thread the needle here, squeezing through these two cars at a red light. You can see some front end damage on that bumper, now turning left onto Huntington Avenue, just south of the 91 freeway. This appears to be a residential street, doing about 60 miles per hour down a residential street just east of Maple Street. So Huntington Avenue and Maple Street, just coming up on Maple, making a right turn now, slowing down just a little bit, zigzagging his way again through this residential neighborhood with nobody right behind him, but making random turns nonetheless here at a pretty high rate of speed and not really stopping for any of these stop signs. Looks like he's pulling over and maybe thinking about dumping the vehicle. There goes the driver's side door opening up, and he is either going to walk or run away here. He dropped his phone, and now maybe getting in the vehicle. We'll see here. It looks like he's very, very agitated, in a rush to get away from that vehicle. Getting in a pickup truck. We'll see if he, okay, yeah, he does not. He does, I was going to say maybe he happens, yeah, he's breaking into the pickup truck. Right, so he's getting back in that original car. Almost for a second looks like he was intentionally getting in that pickup truck as if he also had the keys, but obviously was trying to break in there, now choosing to get away in that original pursuit vehicle. I could tell you that Anaheim PD's helicopter is overhead here. They have eyes on it. They are probably streaming ABC7 as we speak as well, and you can see now getting back onto Falmouth Avenue at a high rate of speed after failing to take over that pickup truck back in that original Honda Civic as he tries to hide out somewhere in this neighborhood. Unclear whether he's going to get back on the freeway here, but he's almost doing a complete circle as he's basically come out the other side of this neighborhood. So heading northbound now on Catalpa Avenue into oncoming lanes of traffic, some wild turns here. They have to get some ground units into this area because the driving, as I see it, is just way too dangerous to let this go on much further, nonetheless, in the middle of rush hour. You've got to wonder right off the bat whether this vehicle belongs to him. It just doesn't make sense that he would just dump the vehicle for no other reason except for maybe the possibility of the fact that it might be running out of gas. So if the gas is low and if it's a stolen car, that would have made a lot of sense. Now he's parking it in a parking spot once again. Clearly, really trying to get rid of this vehicle and now running through this subdivision here. We'll try and get across here. It looks like it's going to be North Schooner Lane as he runs through these townhomes in Anaheim. We'll try and get, if we widen out, we'll see. Okay, let's stay on him. Stay on him right here. He's just running around this building here. Looks like he's coming up on another couple of cars parked here, a van and a small red compact car. Looks like he's trying to break in to the van. He finds an open door in that white van. And now you can see the black and whites pulling up right behind him. He's blocked in. He's inside the car, likely trying to hotwire it at this point. And you can see they have lit him up and basically blocked him in. If he tries to back out, it could get ugly. But in any event, officers now with their guns drawn, squarely they have their eyes on him. They're just waiting for backup at this point and obviously trying to bark some orders at him, hoping he gets out of the vehicle. Let's try and come around the other side if we can. I'm sorry, yeah, we're actually on the north side of the Disneyland TFR, so we actually are going to be forced to hold this position right here. Unfortunately, we can't see the driver's side of that white van, but again, if you're just tuning in, there is a pursuit driver that is just, look at this, ramming into the front of that black and white. That is Fullerton Police. Fullerton Police now trying to block him in as he puts it in reverse. He's going up and down, he has nowhere to go here. He's really trying to ram that car out of his way as he is now stuck in that parking spot. There's really nowhere for him to go. He's got a fence in front of him. Look at this. Look at violently into reverse, ramming right into that Fullerton Police Department vehicle. That's right. Yes. This is very dangerous. Obviously, that officer has no choice but to use force if his life is in danger, but he is waiting for backup, and at this point really has very few options available to him. Here's another officer on the suspect's right rear flank. So now two officers, not sure if they both came from that same patrol car, but I only see those two officers on foot, and he is just going back and forth. Now he's created some room to escape here, and he's going to probably try and ram in again or do a four-point turn and turn it around. He's got to turn it all the way around without hitting that tree, and he may have a couple minutes to do it here because what else can those officers do? They really don't have many options. Here comes the backup. Here comes backup, head-to-head. This is dangerous. Look at this. A head-on situation almost with that patrol car. Officers out of the vehicle, and now he's racing through the subdivision as more officers race into this neighborhood. Look at this. What is he going to do here? Around all of those black and whites, those are two Fullerton police officers that are now going to try and turn around with him. Look at this. Look at what we are seeing here. He is now back on Coronet Avenue after evading four separate black and whites who were just pulling into the neighborhood to try and help that original officer after a wild scene in that parking lot. We now have a brand new pursuit on our hands here as he has carjacked this vehicle and now racing down Coronet Avenue at Maple Street. Once again, a dangerous situation on the hands of Fullerton Police here. That's right. And anybody who is willing to engage with those cops like that. Attempted assault on, look at this, ramming past all of this traffic here as he tries to get back on the freeway. It looks like he's trying to get back on the 91 freeway. He sideswiped 2 separate cars to get through that red light, getting back onto the 91 freeway. Surely CHP is being called in here as Fullerton Police really has their hands tied. Many of those officers, I have not seen them get much closer to him, and now he is on the westbound side of the 91 freeway. As I was about to say, anybody who is that reckless and willing to put themselves in that position where they are face-to-face with those officers, it is a desperate suspect behind the wheel here, and obviously very, very dangerous. Getting onto the 5. And he just has no regard. He has no problem ramming into anybody at this point or sideswiping any vehicle that's in his way. So I think we are about to see some really dangerous, very precarious situation here for every motorist who you see in this frame. Again, westbound side of the 91 freeway has now transitioned to the southbound the northbound 5 freeway. He is now northbound on the 5 freeway, where traffic, I've got to tell you, is relatively light for as far as I could see out the window from up here in Air 7 HD. Very little traffic in his way. I can only imagine, as you were wondering too, David, that I can only imagine that CHP has been requested to take this over, because you've got Anaheim PD, who's pretty much out of pocket. They do have their airship in the area, but Fullerton PD is now out of their jurisdiction. Now he's getting off at Beach Boulevard. So getting off at Beach Boulevard, onto Beach Boulevard. Oh, look at that, fishtailing as he came off the freeway there onto Beach Boulevard, off of Beach Boulevard onto Auto Center Drive, as he continues northbound at a high rate of speed. A little more traffic on this street here as he makes a wild right turn into oncoming lanes of traffic. There's Anaheim PD's helicopter. They are directly over him, likely calling out for CHP. But right now, ever since he took this vehicle out of that parking lot, we have not seen any ground units engage with this suspect yet. Yeah, very fearful, very agitated driver behind the wheel here. It all started as a failed traffic stop, refusing to pull over. He was in a black Honda Civic when it all started, and it appeared, we saw him on several occasions try and dump that vehicle, and now he has taken over a white van. That's a GMC van, almost looks like a work van that was parked in those townhomes, now on Artesia Boulevard, as CHP tries to get in here and race up Artesia to catch up with the suspect. But once again, no black and whites in sight, as he is breaking every rule of the road and showing no regard for anybody's safety here, just ramming into vehicles whenever he sees anybody in his way. He sideswiped 2 separate vehicles getting off of the 91 freeway, lost control at Beach Boulevard, as you said, David. He fishtailed off of the freeway there, almost lost control actually, and is now regained control on a much less traveled boulevard here. This is Artesia Boulevard, where you can see once again he's got much of the road all to himself here. He is just bound to lose control of this vehicle. You could tell with every turn, he's barely braking. He's taking all of these turns way too fast. A very top-heavy vehicle that he is showing very limited capability of controlling. There are some black and whites a ways back, but they are having trouble catching up. They are not competing with him with these dangerous tactics that we're seeing here. He is driving very dangerously, but they've got to figure something out, because this is the same driving that we were seeing when he was in a small little black Honda Civic. We were very easily able to spot him on the freeway. Look at this, more traffic in his way. We'll see what he does here, but every time he's caught himself in a little bit of a jam, he just tries to use the vehicle to ram his way through here. Looks like he's gotten through that light there. We're on Valley View Avenue. As I was mentioning, it was very easy to spot him on the freeway originally because the driving was so erratic. And again, throughout this pursuit, except for when he stole this vehicle, he has had really nobody behind him. He's just driving like a madman through the streets of Whittier now here on Valley View Avenue at Alondra Boulevard. Through the green light here with a little more traffic in his way, and we'll see what he attempts to do here. But I've got to believe that Honda was running out of fuel. You saw some front-end damage. He obviously had been in some collisions with that car, and we already have witnessed several collisions with this car, not to mention that wild scene in the parking lot. If you missed it, I hope we can roll back some of that video where he was ramming that black and white, that lone Fullerton police officer who was just trying to block parking spot with his gun drawn. He rammed that black and white out of the way, and the pursuit is on once again. But right now, as we've been saying, no law enforcement able to keep up with him just yet. Over the median into oncoming lanes of traffic through a parking lot here. He's going to come out on Rosecrans Avenue, going the wrong way on Rosecrans, wrong way on Rosecrans. It's a median. He's going to have to jump oh my goodness, look at this. He's going to probably shift over to the correct lanes here, but he had nowhere to go there, didn't jump the median, just went the wrong way, is now on the westbound side of Rosecrans Avenue, heading back towards the freeway. He's going to come up on the 5 freeway, approaching Norwalk. If he continues in the westbound direction here, looks like another crazy turn there onto a surface street, into a parking spot for no reason whatsoever. Just went right over the curb there. I mean, there really wasn't anybody in his way. I'm not even sure what's going through this guy's mind. This is just very unpredictable. Impossible to set up for a spike. Look at this. Off-roading, trying to get around traffic. Yeah, almost slammed into that tree. Now, look at this, fishtailing through the parking lot, drifting through an empty warehouse parking lot, back onto Marquette Avenue. He is having a lot of trouble with this vehicle, guys. Absolutely not. Yeah, not composed at all. It looks like he might even have a flat tire. Look at this. There are pieces. Oh, he's lost his tire. He's on his rim. He's on that left rear tire is almost down to, I don't know if there's any tread left, but he's looks like he's got some sparks coming off occasionally. You saw some of that rubber flying off, and now he's going to have even more trouble maintaining control of this vehicle as he continues northbound on Marquette Avenue, right along the wash here. There's a golf course off of the nose, but we are in a commercial area. It's going to turn into a more residential street if he continues, but there is a black and white now behind him, code 3 with lights and sirens on, about maybe 50 feet back. Let's go ahead and widen out and see which agency that is that's behind him. That looks like maybe still Fullerton. It's Fullerton PD. Fullerton PD back in pursuit, guys. Yeah, we're in the Norwalk area, I think, now as he comes up. Well, no, he's not in Norwalk yet, but look at this. He's going through that gas station without any tire on that left that left rear wheel almost struck several vehicles there. A miracle nobody's gotten hurt yet, but you can see he is really in a jam now. Lots of traffic ramming into all of these cars here. Again, this is northbound Carmenita Road now, and it's not moving. He's stuck. Now he's stuck. It looked like he's stuck. Sparks flying, and that officer right there has to treat this with kid glove care, and likely going to have to step away from his vehicle because we already seen him put it in reverse once and ram into that other patrol car. Right now he's trying to go forward, and he's not going anywhere at all. It looks like the van is now stuck. Yeah, this is likely to start a fire. You can see those rims are starting to glow. There's certainly more on the way over here. Right now, if we widen it just a little bit, we can confirm just that one black and white. Just the one black and white. We're at Placid Drive, northbound Carmenita Road, and he is now stranded here. We'll see how this officer deals with this. He's likely just going to wait for backup, and right now it doesn't appear as though that van is going anywhere. He's probably not aware. That's right. You've got to wonder if he's thinking about getting out of this van and trying to hijack another one. You've got to at least wonder whether that's going through his mind. He's probably not aware. Well, now he's aware. I was going to say he might not even be aware that his wheel's on fire, but certainly he's aware of the fire under the hood. More pieces flying out there as this vehicle is starting to come apart. I'm thinking it came from well, it could be, because, I mean, where else would that smoke be coming from? But I don't think any shots have been fired yet, so that probably is not the case. But that wheel, that left rear wheel, is also creating some metal as well. So it could have come from the rear, but now I've got to wonder if that transmission is just reached its limit, and that's what's producing the smoke here. Not sure, but in any event, it has overheated. And it looks like the vehicle is now disabled. Additional units now pulling into position here. So some backup from CHP. And Fullerton PD as he gets out of the vehicle, crawls out of the passenger window, and is now running for it northbound Carmenita Road. Running up northbound Carmenita at Leffingwell Road as he crosses the street. We've seen this person make several desperate attempts to hijack other vehicles. We will see what he decides to do here. Lots of folks getting home here in Fullerton, or here in the La Mirada area, I want to say, and he is now running down the sidewalk without any other wheels at his disposal. He's going to start running out of steam here, and we'll see if this ends in a foot pursuit, because I think they are pursuing him on foot, but I can't confirm that from my vantage point. Here comes another officer in the opposite direction, and he's now run into a residential alleyway here. Loses his footing. Oh no, he's now on private property. You saw that it looked like a woman next to her home here. He's now in the backyard, and he's going to hide out here along Leffingwell Road and jumping fences. He's jumping fences, looking for a way into one of these homes. Little dog, small dog there in the backyard. He's under that patio, yeah, that awning. He's trying to get into that car, into that house rather. Several dogs barking. He's now going through that sliding glass door, making his way into the home. Somebody appears to be, yeah, it might even be a homeowner, not sure. Completely unaware. Yeah, he's on the other side of the building. I don't think he has any clue. very dangerous situation here where we have no information, but here comes somebody running out the front. Look at this. Look at this, a confrontation inside the house, a family home, and now we're going to come around the front here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, look at this. He's in the truck. He's in the truck. He's in the truck. He just got in that truck. There's a dog under that truck. Oh my goodness, look at this. He just stole the, oh my God, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is incredible. This is incredible. Unbelievable. I cannot believe what we are witnessing, guys. They are going to have to get creative here because this person is look at this. Just ramming into cars, additional bumpers flying off of that other vehicle. And now he's, I believe, westbound on Leffingwell Road. I want to say westbound. Is that? Can we put the compass up real quick? Yeah, westbound Leffingwell. If you live in this area or have any idea where we are here, if you are looking at us, you need to stay inside because there is a dangerous suspect behind the wheel here. I feel very sorry for all of the other cars on the road here as he continues to make his way towards the freeway once again. We may find ourselves back on the freeway. But look at him, a little bit of traffic, and once again, right through another gas station. This is just incredible. This is the third vehicle that he has stolen today. That's right. That's the only thing that I could think of if they have the opportunity. They're going to have to catch up with him once again. They're going to have to get themselves in a position where they could bring this to an end if they can figure that out. And then there's going to be a very dangerous confrontation because this guy is not going away easily. There's just no way at this point that he is willing to give up. And whatever steam he lost running up that block, he's now comfortably in the driver's seat of a brand new work truck, and you could tell, I mean, he's having, we don't even know. I mean, there could be a full tank in that truck, so he may have a whole new fresh tank to play with here as he now travels down Mayer Road at 70 miles per hour, a high speed, traveling at a high rate of speed on a road that can't be more than 45 miles per hour speed limit, now back into another residential neighborhood. Not to mention, he almost took out at least one person in that driveway and a dog that was underneath as well. I hope everybody is okay back there, but now we have to follow this until the end here because the sun is going down and still no visual of law enforcement within sight here. So we're going to try and keep the camera on him and hope that somebody can triangulate those officers into this residential neighborhood as he makes these random turns, now making a left turn onto Rainier Avenue off of Fidel at a high rate of speed. I mean, I just hope nobody is out walking this neighborhood because this person is just speeding right through. Yeah, I mean, Look at this, over the median again, going the wrong way on Florence Avenue. Going the wrong way, head on with additional traffic down Florence Avenue. And look at this, coming up on another major intersection, a left turn northbound on Painter Avenue. To answer your question, David, that original van, I think he hot-wired. I have to believe that the keys in this truck were already inside the vehicle because he just ran away with that way too quickly, unless he, as you mentioned, is a really gifted car thief. In any event, there have been several major felonies that we have witnessed here this evening, and now a wild chase continuing northbound Painter Avenue with several black and whites behind him, but again, having trouble to keep up. Again, the speeds he's traveling and the dangerous tactics. No problem going the wrong way against traffic, 75 miles per hour on Los Nietos Road and Shoemaker Avenue. So again, a very light traffic here. And it wouldn't matter anyways, because when there is traffic, he just seems to ram into everybody in his way. So we can only hope that the traffic stays light and hope that maybe they can get some more officers into the area in front of him, not just following him from behind and chasing him, but try and triangulate in front of him. Very difficult because he's not, driving in any kind of a pattern. A spike strip obviously is pointless. Some cross traffic there through the red light at Santa Fe Springs Road, now well into Santa Fe Springs. As he continues northbound here. Only a couple lanes to play with, maybe only one lane, I can't really tell, but he's continuing at a high rate of speed around that FedEx truck at about 70 to 80 miles per hour. It's unbelievable. I mean, he's on a bona fide crime spree here. We can only be thankful that it didn't appear that anybody in that home was hurt. At the very least, we have to be thankful for that, but it'll be a miracle if it remains that way throughout the course of this new pursuit now. Again, as you mentioned, in the third vehicle that we have seen him in today. Now, you're right. It's been about 25 minutes since this all started, I want to say. Is that right? About 25 minutes? Maybe, yeah, a little bit closer to 40 minutes. Yeah, and he was going away from the freeway here on Slauson. Now he's turned around and heading back towards the freeway. I wonder if he's looking for an opportunity to get back on the freeway. He is on Sorensen Avenue with a little more traffic in his way here, but he's heading back in the westbound direction here. So he was going eastbound Slauson, and for some reason, and he hasn't done this very often, but for some reason he just turned around, very randomly turned around, back towards the freeway, and I wonder, my gut tells me he's looking for an entrance ramp. A close call there. Another residential street along Sorensen Avenue that Anaheim PD ship still right over him. They have been relentless as well, staying right on top of him. At least they have been able to do that and call out his location for all of these neighboring agencies. Now, LA County Sheriff is going to be getting involved here at some point. We are in Santa Fe Springs. In LA County Sheriff's jurisdiction, we've already seen several agencies, including Anaheim PD, Fullerton PD, and CHP, try to apprehend this suspect at various points, but he has done a masterful job of evading authorities while creating a lot of horror and havoc in Orange County and now back in LA County here on another residential street, a very random turn. So no destination of mine. I thought maybe he was trying to get to the freeway. Doesn't look like it. Just trying to maybe look for a spot to hide out, thinking this through. Maybe I don't know how familiar he is with this neighborhood, but maybe he's just looking for an opportunity to hide out. And you just have to, your thoughts right now are with everybody who lives in this neighborhood. That's what I'm thinking about. I mean, he is in a small little residential neighborhood here at Riesling and Wellsford. And if he decides to dump that vehicle once again, we already know what he's capable of. And so I just hope, the best place he could end up right now, quite frankly, guys, would be the freeway. If he gets on the freeway, it's a much more manageable and contained atmosphere. But once you get into these residential streets with a dangerous madman behind the wheel like this, anything is possible. We've already seen it, and you can see that night sun coming on. Compliments of the Anaheim Police Department, Angel 1 right overhead as he continues these random turns. That, I think, was LA County's helicopter. So now 2 law enforcement helicopters following his each and every move. He's not going to get away, guys. They are going to get him off the road at all costs. This is not going to come. He's speeding up for sure. He's back on Sorensen. Right. Well, the question becomes: look at this. He's full speed at the end of Sorensen into a parking lot, and I think this is a shopping center at This is the Marketplace Shopping Center at Magnolia Avenue in Hadley. Okay. People walking through this parking lot. He's slowing down a little bit at least, but he's weaving his way through this parking lot, a very busy parking lot, as he tries to look for an outlet. You have to wonder, he's very aware of that night sun coming from the helicopter, and I can only imagine that night sun is agitating him even more. So at least we've made it through there without any trouble. He's made his way through that parking lot, now back onto Hadley Street, where you can see squarely that night sun is on him. And hopefully that doesn't cause him to amp things up even more than they already are. But as you mentioned, David, we do not know what the original want was. It was an attempted traffic stop. He failed to pull over, failure to yield, but obviously there is much, much more to this story. And from the very beginning, I was questioning whether that original black Honda Civic even belonged to him. And from what we're witnessing here, my bet is that was likely a stolen vehicle as well. In any event, this is the 3rd vehicle we've seen him in through another major street here, through the red light, continuing, I think, northbound on Hadley Street. Oh my goodness. That's a school. He's in front of a school, guys. He's in front of a school. Lots of people walking in front of this school. David, he just sped past an elementary school with a whole bunch of people walking the street. Thankfully, he did not hit any of them. He is slowing down a little bit. I'm not sure what elementary school that was, quite frankly, but he's now on Beverly Boulevard at Haviland Avenue. And as the sun has set, obviously, you can see we are now in darkness as he continues the pursuit through these residential streets. The only light that we're working with is that night sun from the LA County Sheriff's Department. Looks like he's found himself in a dead end. He's at a dead end at the end of Alta Avenue, putting it in reverse, and he's going to reverse his way back out of here. We'll see if there's any black and whites waiting for him on the other side here. Let's widen out just a little bit, Rob. See what's waiting for him as he comes out the other end of Alta Avenue. Nobody. There's nobody in his way here. He's going to continue, get back onto Beverly Boulevard, southbound or westbound Beverly Boulevard here in Santa Fe Springs, and no law enforcement in sight, guys. He is slowing down a little bit. Yep, go ahead, Giovanna. I've got to be honest, I can't imagine them taking that tactic in this type of a situation. They have to swarm him. They have to swarm him and get him off the road at all costs. And by the way, if they were trying to bring down the temperature, they would not have that night sun on him. That night sun is very agitating. He is clearly aware that law enforcement is on him, even though there's nobody right behind him. This is a pursuit. As far as we are aware, they are still in pursuit mode, trying to make their way in here. We just have to assume that they're just having a little trouble doing that. Yep, got it. Okay, guys, there is about 7 black and whites about a half a mile in front of him trying to cut him off at the end of Beverly Boulevard here. We'll see how this plays out, but they are trying to keep up with him, trying to move into position. Keeping up with him really is the wrong word. They're not really able to do that because he's driving so dangerously and so recklessly and occasionally at really high rates of speed. And when they do pull up behind him, he just jumps into the wrong lanes, going the wrong way into oncoming traffic. As he is right now, you see he's jumped those double yellow lines, going the wrong way down Beverly Boulevard just to get around this traffic. So they're taking a different tactic. They're trying to cut him off in front of him. Very difficult to predict where he's going to go, but at least they have the benefit of that helicopter calling out his location. Here they come. Here they come at Norwalk Boulevard. About 7 black and whites at the major intersection, making a right turn on Norwalk, and there it is. Look at this. And now they're behind him. Hot pursuit again now on Norwalk Boulevard, guys. These are going to be LA County Sheriffs. That's correct. I think I counted at least 6. At least 6 that I saw. The only good news, guys, is that as far as I could tell, Workman Mill Road is going to turn into a much more commercial area, an industrial area if he continues further north. There are some train tracks that could get him a little bit tied up if he continues, but in any event, you see he is now using that shoulder to get around this traffic. If the shoulder wasn't there, you could bet your bottom dollar he would just ram right through these cars if he had the opportunity. But in any event, those black and whites trying to keep up, but they can't do what he's doing. So they're going to do their best to keep up. He's got the helicopter right over him, and it's just a matter of time before this comes to another tipping point. open road, especially this time of the night. On a weeknight, you can see some folks maybe going home, but for the most part, relatively light traffic on Workman Mill Road. Coming up on Peck, which is going to be a bit busier. So if he continues and makes a turn onto Peck Road, that'll be a different story. But right now, traveling at a high rate of speed, we'll throw that real-time speed tracker back up, and you can see he's going much faster than everybody else. That is a much, well, it looks like he's slowing down a little bit because he's got some traffic there, but you saw him do about 50 or 60 on this very narrow road. Once again, going around a little bit of traffic at Peck there, and he's going to come over the 605. That is the 605 overpass. Still now, actually, he's now turned onto Peck. He's now on Peck Road, just east of the, just west rather of the 605. Yep. I'm sorry, guys. We're just taking care of a little bit of housekeeping up here, and it looks like he's now getting on the freeway. He's now on the 60 freeway, getting on from Peck Road, and now it's a whole different ball game. I can only hope, we can only cross our fingers and hope that he stays on the freeway, because that is going to take away at least some of the risk, although everybody on the freeway is certainly going to be in his path here of destruction, as we've seen this evening. CHP almost guaranteed to take this over at some point, but for now you can see those LA County Sheriff's officers managing to get on the freeway with him, but he's hugging that right lane. So he sees that traffic. This is all rush hour traffic, and it looks like if that continues, he may look to get back over to the right and get off the freeway. In any event, he's in the carpool lane now, so committed for the time being to the eastbound 60 freeway. And look at this. Yeah, just weaving around. You know, I'm already recalling similar situations, nothing quite like this, but different situations where we've seen attempted carjackings on the freeway. It jumps to mind only because of what we've seen today, but in any event, you're right, David. It is going to slow down a little more. The traffic is going to get heavier. You're going to see a few more brake lights in about 2 miles off the nose. Traffic is a little bit heavier on the westbound side, but on the eastbound side, he's going to hit the brakes in about 2 miles. For the time being, those deputies are still in tow. They've fallen back a little bit, but right now, that driver has tunnel vision. He's got one mission, and he's just desperately trying to evade those deputies who have now fallen back even further. Every time he weaves through around another car in that carpool lane, they have to slow down because they are not driving the way he's driving, okay? They are staying back, trying to keep the public safe, but now they're in a position where they have to probably start calling in some units who are up ahead of him, like we've already seen back in Santa Fe Springs. So likely CHP setting up for a traffic break up ahead here. Maybe not quite yet because that does take some time, but ultimately if he stays on the freeway, that's what we can expect to see. We can expect to see some tactics where they start to create traffic breaks behind him and traffic breaks ahead of him by blocking off those entrance ramps. And we'll see what they do with the exit ramps. But that all requires manpower and personnel, and we don't know what they have ready at their disposal at the moment. But in any event, those calls are going out now, and California Highway Patrol ready to help out the LA County Sheriff's Department here as we continue eastbound on the Pomona Freeway. He's basically been gassing it and flooring it wherever he's had the opportunity. Now, this is concerning. He's now on the shoulder, but he's gotten all the way back over to the right. As I mentioned, that traffic that I was talking about, that's what you're looking at here. It's too much traffic for his liking, and I predict that he's going to take one of these upcoming exit ramps here. So we'll look out for that as we try and come around the driver's side here in just a minute. But he is hugging that right lane, and I'm not exactly sure. This is going to be, let me just double check here. I think this is going to be perhaps, that might be Rose Hills Road, the next exit ramp here. In any event, he is committed. Look at this. He's actually moving over to the left, so maybe committing to the 60 here. I hope that's the case. But in any event, as you mentioned, Giovanni, he's just flooring it wherever he has the opportunity, just trying to create distance and space with those deputies behind him. Well, he certainly sees it. I don't think, oh, there it is. There it is. He's off. It's going to be Azusa Avenue, and he can make a left or a right. Oh, he's cutting that guy off, making a wild right turn there, and now southbound Azusa Avenue. Southbound Azusa Avenue. Too much traffic for him on the 60 freeway, and now the pursuit continues off the freeway onto surface streets. We'll see if the speeds continue as they have been, but looks like he may think that he's lost those units on the ground. Still see that night sun shining a light on him, but I don't see those deputies just yet. Not sure if they were able to get off the freeway with him. They're being directed to. I'm not sure if they're off the freeway yet. In any event, he's turned off of Azusa onto Colima Road. And you can just see all of these turns put him onto very highly trafficked areas for the most part because of the time of the day. It's literally the middle of rush hour at 5:40 on a Wednesday afternoon, and every turn he makes, he sees brake lights for the most part, and you can see folks just trying to get home without any idea what's coming up behind them. He's already ruined several people's day, but fortunately, at least from what we could tell, does not appear to be. That's a weed whacker that fell off the back of that truck, by the way. It appears to be a gardening truck, guys. There is a lot of landscaping equipment in the back of the bed of that pickup truck, excuse me. But in any event, that appeared to be a weed whacker that fell off there, and he's continuing at a high rate of speed, very dangerously, weaving around even the very few cars that there are in this residential neighborhood. He, again, has no problem ramming into anybody in his way, but he's trying to avoid them now. You know, it appears to be a brand new truck. If you look, that appears to be paper plates that are flapping in the back there. So very likely a newer model it looks like a Chevy. It's a Chevy. Yeah, it's a Chevy pickup, and he's continuing now around this this person. But man, he is just. Oh, I just every time he gets into these residential neighborhoods, I worry for not only those cars in his way, but all of the people who live here. If he decides to do anything crazy, which he's already done a lot of crazy things, it could get so dangerous. That incident where he ran through that house could have ended in a deadly situation. There was obviously a struggle there. I'm just grateful that from what we observed, nobody was hurt, but there's no guarantee that it's going to end that way. In any event, he's continuing through this residential suburb here. It's going to be, looks like Crosshaven Drive at Calle Madrid. If you live in this neighborhood or know anybody who lives in this neighborhood, you are urged to stay inside because this is a dangerous pursuit that is speeding through your neighborhood. Uh-oh. All right, coming up on a red light here. He's on the wrong side of the road, northbound Fullerton. That's Colima. He can make a turn there, or if he continues north, that would put him back on the 60, but it looks like he's made a left turn onto Colima Road. Again, a lot more traffic on Colima as well as he makes that westbound turn. I still don't see anybody behind him. There are a few units a ways back, so they are behind him, but they're just a ways back, maybe several football fields back, as he comes up on another red light, trying to get around them. Lots of cross traffic here as he continues through that red light, and he's able to make it through. So Colima Road, westbound, is where we are. The helicopter's still overhead, and those sheriff's deputies trying desperately to catch up. We don't know that. That was a guess on my part. That's what I have a feeling, but that means nothing. We have nothing to confirm that it was a stolen vehicle, only to say that they tried to pull him over for some reason. Not sure what that reason is. Oh my goodness! Close call there onto the median, over the median, and now continuing after missing that cross traffic just by a hair. Just by a hair. Look at this. Officers able to shut down that intersection. We'll see if we start to see that happen again if he continues in the same direction. But there is now, it looked like maybe an undercover vehicle at that intersection. Look at that. They're now cutting him off and shutting down these intersections ahead of him. It's a very hard thing to do, by the way. It's very, very good that they were able to do that for 2 intersections in a row. They can't continue that, but if they can continue to try and leapfrog his trajectory along Colima Road here, that will help things dramatically. It looks like they've got another intersection blocked off here at Puente Hills and Colima, so it's going to be another dangerous situation, but no cross traffic as those deputies have shut down the intersection, giving him a wide berth to speed through the red light, and now continuing westbound on Colima Road. But just the mere act of shutting down the freeway, it saves lives because it stops all of the traffic. Whatever the light traffic signal says, everybody comes to a stop, and this guy can just speed right through these intersections and not kill anybody. So he's continuing at 90 miles per hour on Colima here, and here come those black and whites. Now they're closing in on him. No, he is jumping from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, now coming up on Hacienda Heights. We were in Roland Heights, and now for the first time we're in Hacienda Heights, basically paralleling the 60 freeway. So just a few blocks north of him is the 60 freeway, so we're going westbound on Colima Road, and if he continues in this direction, he'll come up on the 605. So 605 off ahead of him, the 60 freeway off to his right, and those deputies clearly closing in on him, giving him a little bit less space. And if they have an opportunity, which they can't with all of this other traffic in their way, but if they have an opportunity, they will pit him. They will pit him and do whatever it takes to get him off the road. But that assumes that those officers are pretty qualified. Losing control, up on the curb, losing control, crashing into another car. Crashed into another car. And it looked like he was trying to evade that deputy again. He was coming up right behind him, and he took that aggressive action, jumping the curb, tearing off somebody else's bumper. Just added to the list, guys. But the pursuit now continuing on Colima through another intersection. Here's another red light. We'll see what he does here. More cross traffic coming through, and now a southbound turn onto South Hacienda Boulevard. Presumably those deputies will make the turn with him and try and close in on him once again. There he is, just about maybe 4 or 5 car lengths back. If he slows down at all, they will close that gap, but every time they do that, he just basically speeds up. It's exceptionally dangerous, but you know what? We've seen situations where desperate times call for desperate measures. I think the bigger factor is the fact that there's so many innocent people around him. If they have a straightaway, and obviously they can't do it at like 60 miles per hour, but it's a heavy truck, by the way, so it wouldn't be the easiest pit in the world. But in any event, he's threading the needle, one lane going, one lane coming, southbound Hacienda Road. Cars pulling over, make room for him. But thankfully, in this situation, at least you have the lights and sirens from those deputies right behind him. So you have folks naturally pulling over because they hear the emergency sirens behind them. But this is a very narrow road here. Hacienda Road, as you mentioned, one lane going, one lane coming, and he's going around everybody over the double yellow lines just to get away from that deputy. Ooh. It's a windy road. It's a windy road, and he's having trouble. No boundaries, no inhibitions. He is going for it. I mean, I think he's pretty well aware of how this is going to end, and it's not going to be pretty. He's basically enjoying his final minutes of freedom here because there is just no chance at this point, no chance whatsoever that he gets away. Off-roading, he's going to be in trouble here. He's going to be in trouble. He's off the road at a high rate of speed. He may spin out here. All right, back on Hacienda Road. He's gonna, oh, man, he just missed that one. Missed that car barely. It's a windy road that's going to meet up with Hacienda Road on the other end, also called Hacienda Road, where it'll have a little more room for him to play with. But right now it's a windy road with a lot of traffic in both directions. He's now going the wrong way, and here come separate deputies in the oncoming lanes of traffic, but really, what can they do? I mean, other than get into a head-on collision, which is not an option, they're going to have to turn around now and hopefully triangulate more units ahead of him here, which there will be another major intersection off his nose here. But in any event, he's now back into oncoming lanes of traffic over the double yellow lines at times at a high rate of speed once again. Oh, man, this is it just takes your breath away with every intersection that he blows through. Another residential neighborhood with very narrow streets. Looks like he's not. Okay, so that's El Rancho Drive, and a series of deputies now following him into this neighborhood, or at least two. Okay, so these are the two that were coming. They turned around with them. Those original deputies, just to put this in perspective, appear to have fallen back. They could not keep up with his driving on Hacienda Road, but those two that were coming in the opposite direction are now right behind him. So two brand new deputies engaged in this hot pursuit along El Dorado Avenue here in Hacienda Heights. We are, it looks like a dead end. It's a cul-de-sac. This is scary. This is scary. A cul-de-sac, they're going to come face-to-face with this suspect, and you guys know, and our viewers know, what he's capable of in this situation because he's already rammed into several vehicles, including deputy vehicles, and there he is again, right through, almost missing them, and now, oh man, continuing right out of the neighborhood. He's going to get right out. I mean, he's weaseling his way out of these predicaments, and I just don't know how much longer this could go on. I just can't fathom it. Nothing they could do. Yeah, right. Uh-oh. He's going to come head-to-head here. He's going to come head-to-head with another sheriff's deputy, and he's just going to go around him. That's the protocol, and you can see they're following protocol. They're pulling over, letting him around. They're not going to box him in, and part of the reason, guys, is because these tactics, look at this. He's going out of the neighborhood where there are about a half a right through those deputies, again, just missing them. Unbelievable. There's about a dozen black and whites, a sea of orcas trying to keep up with him, and they just have nothing, no tools at their disposal at the moment to get him off the road. I can tell you that part of this is tactical protocol within the department, because there are other agencies that would treat this a little bit differently, but right now they are sticking with the book and basically just trying to. Okay, I'm just told that he is facing now 3 charges of ADWs, assault with a deadly weapon on a law enforcement officer, on top of all the other crimes that we've witnessed here this afternoon, but just to kind of add it to the list. But you can see how many cops are pulling in here. It's unbelievable. It is. He's backtracking on that same windy road, which again has 1 lane going, 1 lane in the opposite direction, and at times he just went around traffic by off-roading into the shrubs almost. It was a miracle he was able to maintain his composure there, but spinning up a lot of dust. It's a narrow road and about a dozen black and whites behind him. But that tire, I think his back left tire is, he did hit something. Look at that, more sparks flying. Not sure if it's coming from the wheel well or if it's coming from that equipment, but something is making metal, and I gotta wonder if all that stuff in the bed of that pickup truck was strapped down. Very possibly not. We've already seen one weed whacker. Yeah, I think I'm being told it may be the result of one of those collisions earlier on the same road before he made his way into that neighborhood, possibly. We're going to try, by the way, to get on the other side, get on the driver's side, and catch a glimpse of that left rear tire to see what he's working with back there. But something back there was hitting the pavement, creating those sparks. There you see more sparks actually coming from the front. It's coming from the front left. Front left sparks. We'll see what his treads look like, but he's missing the tire again. He's missing the tire. Okay, so by the way, this is not the first time we've seen this in this pursuit. Last time, there's no way. There's no way he's going to continue these turns, especially at these speeds, and they're going to close in on him when he does. But again, there are so many innocent people in the immediate vicinity of this. If it ended right now and the vehicle was disabled, there is just so much crossfire, so much collateral in his way here, civilians that are just in danger every time. I see oh man, I just cannot keep up with this guy. He's going to lose it. He's going to lose control of this vehicle, and it's going to end very ugly. But at least for the time being, right. More sparks. Yeah. You're starting to get a better idea of how much law enforcement is dedicated to getting this guy off the road. There's about a dozen units behind him. We just saw another half dozen in front of him in the opposite lanes, and now he is continuing at a high rate of speed on a straightaway portion of Hacienda Boulevard, coming up on Colima Road once again if he decides to get back on Colima. But look at that. He's losing that rim. He's on borrowed time with this truck. It's a... barely maneuvering. You see, we're very fortunate that he's on a straightaway section of street here, but if he has to make any tight turns at any speed, it's going to be very difficult for him. But at the very least, you're going to start to see that wheel come apart, and eventually the axle won't be able to turn. But it's obviously a heavy-duty truck. It's built for all kinds of situations, and these are not easy to break down, but you can see he's definitely testing the limits of this truck, and now without that front left tire, it's only a matter of time. Now those deputies have fallen back once again because he's blowing through these red lights, continuing at a high rate of speed, 70 miles per hour at what cannot be more than about a 45-mile-per-hour speed limit, and he's blowing through all these intersections with cross traffic. So many close calls. It's a miracle we haven't seen anybody get hurt. Now under the freeway, that I believe was the 605. The 60, excuse me. Oh, crashing into a Jeep, crashing into another vehicle here, and wiping him out off the road. He just took out another vehicle, rammed into him, heavy damage. I hope that person's okay. Up on the curb, and now he's trying. Look at this again, ramming into more cars and trucks. Head on, head on, head on. Unbelievable, head on with another car, and here comes not even a pit maneuver, but they rammed into him from behind, into a gas station, folks getting gas at the corner of Gale and Hacienda, into a gas pump, and now he's going to try and get out probably, but he's going to put it in reverse, back in reverse towards that deputy. Look at this, ramming into the front end, they're shooting at him, we're going to widen out, and they are now firing into the cab of that pickup truck. Unbelievable. They are using force. Deadly force is being employed at this moment to try and stop this madness in the middle. They are stopped. They have stopped. The wheel is off. That front left wheel is off. Yeah. Is it still going? Still going. So his foot's on the gas? Unbelievable. 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 Foot on the gas. Bullets flying through that truck. And now we'll see, as they surround the vehicle, multiple teams and K-9 units already on the scene here, surrounding the vehicle, at least the rear of the vehicle. They can't surround it completely, obviously. They don't want to create a crossfire situation. Yes, yes. Somebody's hurt. It looks like somebody, that's the driver. That's the driver. It looks like the driver of that car that he rammed head on into. It looks like he's being arrested. He's being detained for some reason. Not sure what that's about, but we'll focus on the truck for now. We'll focus on the truck, obviously more to that story, but clearly this ending in a crash with several vehicles, including that one right there. And you can see he's still gassing it, creating a lot more smoke. The vehicle's not going anywhere. It's completely disabled. Something just went through that driver's side window. He's still gassing it. Multiple bullet holes through the driver's side window, guys. Those are shotgun shells. Those are high caliber shotgun shells that have now fired right through that driver's side window, most likely putting an end to this. Yeah, this has come to an end, guys. I hate to tell you, but well, I'm happy to say that this has come to an end. But obviously, a treacherous and deadly situation potentially for this suspect. So we will see if those wheels finally stop spinning, which it appears that they have. You can see dozens and dozens of officers at the corner of Gale and Hacienda Boulevard. K-9 units at the ready. They are going to approach eventually. It could take a lot of time in some cases to approach the vehicle and try and get a better view into the cab. Unfortunately, really hard to see through the front windshield because if we get in front of it, you see the awning from the gas station would be concealing it. So we really can't get a good view into the driver's seat just yet. But we've got to... whole bunch. There's smaller rounds in the rear window, large shotgun shells through the front window. It's just a wait and see game at this point. They are eventually, obviously, treating this with kid glove care, but obviously they have to take their time before just approaching the vehicle. And they have, look at, there's a fire though. The vehicle's on fire. The vehicle's on fire, and that's going to require the fire department. They're going to have to pull him out. Absolutely. They're going to have to pull him out of the driver's seat. This is not over by any stretch. Yeah, I think that last officer tried to ram into him intentionally, but then he put it in reverse and rammed right back into him. There were multiple. I mean, if you ask how many black and whites have been hit, I've lost count, quite frankly. So I can't tell you exactly how many. There were a whole bunch of parked cars and cars in traffic at the end of that pursuit before that major intersection. And there was one Jeep, a white Jeep soft top, that he got wiped out completely. I hope he's okay. They're going to have to check on him. Multiple shots, yep. Thank you. All right, guys. I'm being told that obviously we don't know what his condition is inside that vehicle, but they have reason to believe he is armed inside that vehicle. So now it appears that they are aware of a weapon potentially inside that vehicle. That's gonna, not that I mean, the whole truck has been a weapon this entire time, obviously. But if there's a weapon inside that vehicle, that adds to the calculus as they approach the vehicle. But in any event, they're going to try and get clear eyes on him before opening that car. Again, this could take a lot of time. This could turn into an extended standoff potentially, unless they decide that they want to be more aggressive. Obviously, go ahead. Sorry. Oh, what? Oh. Great news. So, David and Ellen, they're preparing to fire more rounds into the cab, less than lethal rounds, we believe, and it's unclear. My question becomes, because we were told it might be a pepper ball, but in any event, is it to clear the window to gain visibility, or is it because they still see movement inside the vehicle? The pepper ball leads me to believe that they were have reason to believe that maybe there's movement in the vehicle. It seems unlikely from what we're witnessing here, but in any event, they are preparing to fire more less than lethal rounds into the cab of that truck. So something to watch out for as we continue to watch this play out on the corner of Hacienda Boulevard and Gale Avenue. Not clear on where those shots will be fired from, but it certainly looks like it'll come from yeah. That's what I think as well. That's what it seems to be, yep. Well, I mean, you know, when you think about the number of lives that he has put in danger over the last 90 minutes, I mean, it's just bewildering. But in any event, here comes an arrest team. They're going to approach with shields up, guns drawn, and they've got tactical tools at their disposal if they face any resistance. But the first order of business is going to be clearing that driver's side window. The glass breaker is being employed, ramming the driver's side window, and now getting a much clearer view that we will keep somewhat. There is movement. He's moving. He is moving. I saw his hand. The back seat appears clear. Now they'll try. It looks like he's injured, and it looks like they're going to make an attempt to open that door, but it's not open yet. They may just pull him through the windshield. They may pull him through that window, guys. I have a feeling they will just pull him right through the driver's side window without bothering with the door. We don't know what kind of condition he's in, but you saw what I saw, which was his hand moving. It looked like he maybe had crawled into the passenger seat, and there you go. They're going around the passenger side to bring him out. Wow. Stepping out of the vehicle. Whoa. Whoa. What in the world? I'm sorry. I'm speechless. I mean, this is just, you know, incredible. It was an actual miracle. Absolutely. It's almost hard to believe it's over. I can't believe what we just saw. That's one of the wildest things about this. We were right over Knott's Berry Farm, and as they apprehended 2 suspects inside the park after locking down Soak City, we turned around. Anaheim PD's airship was heading to another pursuit, and we literally turned around, and here came this Honda Civic flying up the 90 freeway right past Knott's Berry Farm, and that's when the pursuit was on once again. From one to another, we stumbled on this one, and the rest is literally history. I mean, you know, this is up there, guys. I always go back to the RV, like David said, but this was breathtaking and far more dangerous when we think about just the way it ended. I mean, bullets flying at the end of such a dangerous pursuit where so many motorists were placed into harm's way. I mean, a home invasion in the middle of it with dogs under the car. My heart was stopping when he got into that truck with the dogs under the truck. I mean, it's just endless. A roller coaster of emotions up here, but thank goodness it's all over. And I've got to tell you, yeah. Here comes the fire department. Here comes the fire department. They're going to check him out, and likely, in all likelihood, he will be placed into an ambulance with an escort. Just a guess, but are we looking at the van that you're looking at, the white van? Oh, yeah. Yep. Over and over again. Yeah, he had trouble driving that van. But when the van caught on fire, that's when I thought it was over. I mean, we literally saw that van catch on fire, and then he jumped out and took another. He ran. I mean, it was a full-on foot pursuit into that neighborhood. He must have ran a couple of blocks before ending up in that home and then stealing this pickup truck. It was an incredible, incredible stamina, honestly. I'm sorry, David, are you talking to me?
Copy. I'm Gabe Santos in Air 7. Welcome to live streaming coverage of a high-speed pursuit out of West Covina. Currently entering in the East LA area, this red pickup truck. Unsure the make and model. Looks like maybe a Chevy if I'm not mistaken. We had a Chevy pursuit earlier, a black Chevy. That one ended in a flat tire. This one's the want for speed, and we've definitely seen that in the first few minutes we've been overhead here. Suspect has not been keeping to one particular lane, and you can see the kind of bobbing back and forth from the number 1 and now all the way to the number 4 lane. We're about 5 minutes away from going live on channel 7, so you might hear me get quiet for a little bit while I coordinate with the control room. Just had confirmation from CHP that the original want is in fact for speed. No mention of any weapon, the air unit saying. Go ahead. Oh. Our assignment desk is mentioning that there might be no plates on this vehicle also. We're gonna get a confirmation of that once we have a better angle. Could mean a number of things. Could mean that looks like that in fact is confirmed. I don't see a plate back there. Yeah. As we look at this red-colored Chevy Silverado. Westbound 10 now. Westbound Santa Monica Freeway. That the missing plate situation could mean a number of things. It could mean this vehicle was involved in a crime, possibly stolen. Taking the plates off is something that often happens in the commission of various crimes. I want to mention before we get too ahead of this that there is a layer of fog right along the coast. So if this goes too far west, it will impact our viewing. The past maybe 20 minutes or so of this pursuit, this guy was staying in the San Gabriel Valley area. So for the sake of all of us who want to see this come to a conclusion and want to witness it, we hope that it stays, let's say, east of the 405. Looks like we're taking an exit here now. Possibly exiting and getting on surface streets in downtown. We, you know, anyone who's ever watched pursuits with us, we know, oh, getting on the curb there. Looks like a construction zone. Possibly hitting some cones, cutting off traffic, making a right turn now on Alameda northbound. Anyone that's watched pursuits with us, you know that downtown gets difficult. It gets difficult for air units to follow pursuits. It gets difficult for ground units to follow pursuits just because all the traffic. So we're not really in the weeds in downtown yet. We're kind of in the Arts District area. But we'll see what happens here. We're just a few minutes away from going on the television on ABC 7. I'm going to go quiet for a few minutes here. Vehicle has all the lights turned off. Did they switch frequencies? I wonder if they're in the 2 minutes out. The black now. Oh, almost hit a Waymo there. That's a first for me. I've never seen a Waymo get tangled up in a pursuit. Westbound 9th Street. This getting on surface streets now, this may become an LAPD pursuit. The CHP is asking LAPD if they can get involved. There's currently one LA County Sheriff's Department helicopter over this. They still have eyes on it. A scooter crossing the street there. It's going to get dangerous for pedestrians here. Oncoming bicycle as well. Pedestrians in the road. Oh, we're slowing down, making a U-turn. There's a parking structure there, a parking garage. Truck is in reverse. Those scooters there, the pedestrians just looking on, like wondering what's going on. Slow through the intersection, northbound through Main and 7th. Say again, Mike. Copy. Copy. Westbound 5th. Well, you see a glimpse of that vehicle there just through the buildings. We had eyes on this vehicle for a while there. This pursuit started in West Covina, wanted for speed. We believe it was West Covina PD that started the pursuit, and then CHP got involved. CHP pursued this vehicle on the eastbound 10 and then on the westbound 60, and now we've ended up in downtown. CHP has backed off a little bit from this pursuit, but the sheriff's air unit is keeping a close eye on this suspect. But this is what often happens when these pursuits go downtown. You have all these parking structures, you have all of these areas where a pursuit suspect can pull over and get out and foot bail. Luckily, that did not happen right there. It looks like maybe the suspect pulled into a parking garage, maybe saw it wasn't open, and then continued on. So now we're continuing southbound on, I believe that's going to be Grand, passing 9th through downtown. And downtown is just where another U-turn there, and we've seen a couple of these now. This driver, it seems, maybe a little bit unfamiliar with downtown because he keeps kind of hesitating through intersections, kind of unsure of where to go, looking at a few different parking structures. Definitely, it looks like this guy, there's a construction site right there, almost hit a cone, almost hit a couple pedestrians at the intersection of Grand and 8th, making a left-hand turn, looks like into a parking lot right there, and another parking structure. That's going to be CHP. CHP is still the primary on this pursuit. CHP was talking about letting LAPD get involved, but CHP, it looks like, stayed behind this. You have a LA County Sheriff's Department helicopter overhead, and they were able at least to keep eyes on the suspect through downtown. It's tough in downtown because you have all the buildings. It's hard even for a helicopter to, keep visual on a suspect, on a vehicle, but you also have these parking structures. When a vehicle pulls into this parking structure, it's just so easy for somebody to pull in, get out, and run. Luckily, you do have these units that pulled up pretty quick here, and I'm wondering if that CHP unit on the entrance to that parking garage saw anything, or maybe they didn't see exactly where the suspect went, and that's why they're kind of holding off on where to go right now. You still have the air unit giving information to those authorities down below, but that air unit obviously can't see what's going on in that parking structure, and that's what often happens when these pursuits go downtown. You have all these parking structures, and you have an ability for pursuit suspects to pull in, maybe go to a different level of the parking structure, drop the car off, and run. But this parking structure, someone may have walked off into the intersection, I'm being told. This parking structure seems pretty small, so it's not going to be a huge situation for a number of officers to search. I'm being told that somebody in one of the law enforcement helicopters may have seen somebody walk out of the parking structure and continue northbound. It looks like the night sun, Josh, tilt down. It looks like the night sun right there in the center as the sheriff's helicopter comes back around. It was looking on the bottom side of that intersection there for a second. Now it looks like they're kind of drifting back towards the parking structure. So maybe they saw a glimpse of somebody walking out of the parking structure that they are curious about, and I believe it's those two individuals right there that are kind of walking away a little nonchalantly. You never know in this situation. It looks like the Sheriff's Department helicopter is aware of those two individuals and is possibly directing officers on the ground to at least walk up to them and ask them a few questions, but unsure at this point if those are actually the pursuit suspects, the people that were in the vehicle at the time, or if the sheriff's helicopter is going to direct those ground units to go inside the parking structure and continue searching for these suspects. Mark, I'm just monitoring some radio traffic from the LAPD helicopter that has now joined the scene here, and it looks like they are, you know, still trying to gather a lot of information right now, and they are directing additional resources to the scene here. And what they're going to do is they're going to establish a perimeter around this parking structure right now, and then work their way in from there. So they're not just going to barge into the parking structure and just start looking. They're going to establish a perimeter around the area. With 2 law enforcement helicopters now over the scene, one from LAPD, one from LA County Sheriff's Department, and then they're going to work from there. They don't believe that a suspect has exited the parking structure at this point, but you can see there now LAPD from Central Division, they are now on the scene here. They are you know, flowing in on the surrounding streets, directing traffic, and also helping with the perimeter. But CHP has primary on the perimeter, and they are, at least right now, going to try and block the exits to this parking structure and eventually move inside the parking structure and see if they can find anything, maybe find any answers inside that truck if they don't find a person, or maybe they find the suspects that they're looking for still hiding somewhere in this parking structure. Well. Copy. I believe we're still streaming on our alternate streaming channels for ABC 7 Los Angeles. Thank you for staying with us here. You're watching the conclusion of a high-speed pursuit of a maroon pickup truck. Started in the West Covina area. West Covina PD began the pursuit. CHP picked it up, coming westbound on the 60, ending up in downtown in a parking structure where a lot of these pursuits often end up. The driver went into the parking structure, and now CHP has a perimeter around the parking structure. They don't believe the person has exited the parking structure, but they want to get a perimeter in place before they conduct a full search. LAPD blocking streets in the area. This is going to be, Josh, if you could pop up the top of the map for me. Yeah, there you go. 8th and Grand, thank you. That is the general area, kind of in the southwest corner of downtown. A lot of CHP presence in the area. Really focusing on a lockdown of the parking structure for now, and eventually they'll want to move in and search. They have us in a bug too. Copy. Oh. You hear an LAPD Pacific? I don't know how far west we could go though.
That might be why he's slowing down, refusing to pull over, but erratic behavior we haven't seen just yet.
Very slow driving now, but there you see the traffic in front of him, perhaps considering pulling over. You would always hope in this circumstance, but you never know.
And a long line of LAPD vehicles behind him. So they are hoping this stays as safe as possible. And he just seems to be kind of slowly maneuvering from one lane to the next, but nothing specific to tell of right now.
Yeah, left the carpool lane, now on the far right side of the lane. I'm not sure what exits are coming up here, but this is a North Hollywood area right now. Let's see if we can get a locator.
I think we're
Victory
passing,
Boulevard. Okay.
Victory, we just passed Burbank, so he might. Where is he? He seems to be staying locked in traffic. So this could be a process, though, that we're watching. We're not sure. He doesn't seem bent on getting away, but he's not pulling over.
Yeah, and strange, you see that window there on the passenger side, on the driver's side. I don't know, it looks like a boarded up kind of window or something that's hard to say what we're looking at.
That with the tinted windows makes it difficult to see inside. We do know, obviously, there's the driver who is the one that they suspect could be armed. We don't know if there are other people within this. And this isn't something that revolves around something that just happened, we don't think. It might be somebody that they have been looking for, and now the pursuit is underway. Yeah,
and a complete stop right now. Was traveling about 50 miles an hour just a moment ago. Now getting back over in a faster lane and taking what's not very fast, though. Still very
just 20
slow.
miles an hour. He's staying with traffic and staying largely within his lane and not being very erratic. It's all started, let's see, in the Rampart.
Yeah, 101 at Cahuenga.
LAPD Rampart started on this, on the Cahuenga, near Hollywood.
Yeah, northbound on 101 Cahuenga, Hollywood, and now going through Burbank and traveling very slowly, and we're not sure what.
Up to 101.
We haven't heard if there's one person in this vehicle or more than one. We haven't heard any information yet.
Trying to get a better idea of what's going on here. So he went up the 101 from Hollywood, then onto the 170, and that's where he joins us right now. As you can see, he's approaching Sherman Way exit, just past that, and hanging in the North Hollywood area.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember, when you go to the 170, where it takes you eventually, or the 118?
Potentially?
Yeah, no, I mean, where does this, I'm trying to remember the freeway system here. That's the 170. I don't travel on that one very often.
So he's trying to maneuver his way through the lanes, only going 9-10 miles per hour. So he's hit rush hour. So they're just going to be content on following him through the traffic. Okay, he's pulling over to the right-hand side. Other cars are pulling over as well, and he's just kind of blending in, but clearly it is the minivan right there that they're pursuing, kind of a gold silver color.
Yeah, this would be one of those slower pursuits, not much he can do.
And not
traffic.
Not much we could say either, except for
exactly.
watching this guy meander through the freeway right now at 13, 14 miles per hour on the 170 again as he's coming up on the Sherman Way. I thought he passed it already, but the Sherman Way exit is what's coming up in North Hollywood.
And all we know about this suspect is that it's a shooting, responding to it. Wait, this is...
Wait, can you see in there? Is there another person?
It doesn't look like there's someone in the passenger seat.
A little bit of a shot there from... oh, there's something else. Is it a dog?
Jeez.
There's something there in the passenger side seat. If you look closely...
Right.
All right, we're going to push in right here and try to get an idea. There is something else in the vehicle. I think it's his dog.
Oh, dear.
Could be a little dog. See that little white near the middle of the windshield?
Yep. Oh, you're right. Going just going 10 miles an hour on the 170 freeway right now through North Hollywood.
All right. Well, he's not being violent or erratic, but just staying within his lane. And
okay. I guess the desk is saying right now that that is a dog, David. Good eye.
Okay. Well, a small dog with him. We haven't seen any other humans, but we can't see the back seat either. So, and then whatever that is blocking the view, we're probably not going to see what's in the back of that van. Nevertheless, just to give you an idea, this is considered a very dangerous situation because this is a person who is believed to be some sort of a shooting suspect. We don't know what the incident was or when it happened or the result of that shooting, but they are saying that this could be an armed person in this van. So you could see the line of LAPD vehicles up behind them. They're going very slowly up the 170 freeway from North Hollywood now into Sun Valley, and they're just going to continue to follow him and see what happens.
Yeah, you can. I think there was a couple cars. They must hear all the sirens because you see a lot of the cars just pulling over to the side of the road, the shoulder of the road, to just let him pass by.
Lights and sirens, so they're probably all at least hearing them coming.
Yep.
Very slow pursuit going on right now, but that's simply because of the traffic. It is unusual. I don't remember the last time we've had a shooting suspect with a little dog in his
In a
car.
minivan.
It's almost in a minivan.
Right, exactly.
But the person is not pulling over, so something is up when it comes to this.
And there's just too much traffic in that area right now to do any type of pit maneuver. Just sort of have to follow him closely, and you see that patrol car there closing a little bit of that gap a bit.
Okay. We're getting a little bit more information from the scanners that they believe this may be a female suspect inside the vehicle with the dog.
You know, it seems like we've seen more and more of these pursuits with a female suspect. And
Yeah.
I remember a time where it was majority was men in these in this.
This is all. Keep in mind, this is preliminary information, so we're just kind of gathering what we can when it comes to the suspect, and the fact that this person is not pulling over may be an indication of something. Maybe they know who this person is. We assume that they do, considering the information that we have right now.
Okay, so 170 and the exit to the 10 Roscoe Boulevard. Let's find out if he's going to stay on the 170 going north or exit to the 10.
That would be the next.
Okay.
That would be the next exit.
Yeah.
So moving towards the 5. This is all in Sun Valley. If you know this area, then you probably have been, and if you travel this area, then you probably have gotten stuck on the 170 before when it comes to the sticky traffic right now at 4:45 in the evening. But just pretty typical.
Yeah, especially like on a Thursday afternoon. It seems like Thursday afternoon traffic is often heavier than Fridays. I don't know if you noticed that. Okay, well, trying to get past this car and maneuver his way around this white vehicle.
All right, so we're still trying to gather more information. Hang on. All right. So a little bit more on the shooting, that it may have taken place in Echo Park. So somebody apparently was shot in Echo Park. That might have some connection to this suspect within this vehicle. And that's why this is an important pursuit, even though this person doesn't seem to be driving that crazy or erratically. They do believe that this person in this vehicle.
Oh, they are taking the exit right now. Let's see if we can get a locator on that.
Yeah, to finish the thought, this person is considered armed and dangerous. Even though
sorry, David.
It may be a woman in the car. That's what some early preliminary information is. There may be a dog in the car, which is what we were able to see. But let's see where this person goes.
Okay, exiting Roscoe Boulevard now. So they put them on some surface streets, apparently, Roscoe Boulevard.
We'll see. I think they can get right back on the 170 as well, or they can go eastbound on Roscoe. I'm sorry, westbound. Okay, so let's see what this person does. Yep, it's going to loop around, and we'll end up probably going westbound on Roscoe. Very slow so far. Let's see what they do.
Using
when
their
it comes
blinkers and abiding by the law, which is ironic. You know, you'd think you're in a pursuit.
There's the dog. All right, the dog's in the front seat. Let's hope this person just gives up.
I know.
That would help everybody.
Including us.
Right. All right, under the freeway now. 6 miles per hour.
Yeah, this is one of the slower pursuits that we've witnessed. You wonder what's going through their mind, just a little cruise.
We're trying to gather more information on the situation.
Let's see, we're hearing
okay.
Armed with a silver handgun, reportedly.
2 gunshot victims in Echo Park.
Oh, so they left behind 2 gunshot victims, okay, in Echo Park. So this is apparently related to that. This is the suspect.
So if this is true then, and this is the person they believe it is, if this is that suspect that they believe, then this could be somebody who has just shot 2 people in Echo Park.
Yeah, and they think it's a female suspect and with a dog in the front seat.
So let's see what she does. Keep in mind, if this person does finally give up, it's going to be tricky. Hopefully she will abide by all the commands because they do believe that she could be armed. Okay, 16 miles per hour on Sheldon Street in Sun Valley. So this would be, perhaps if there's nobody else on the road, this could be a spot where they may attempt a pit maneuver, but this is a larger vehicle being a minivan, and this person also being armed and potentially dangerous who just shot 2 people. I'm not sure if that changes protocol.
Interesting. That adds another element to the...
Right. Plus, there is no barrier between the oncoming traffic as well.
Right.
Maybe that will restrict them. But as you could see, this person who's driving this vehicle is not opening it up like they could. It's only going 25 to 30 miles per hour, all by themselves on the road right now. Right. And let's see what police choose to do. Right
now, they're going northbound on Sheldon from Roscoe Boulevard.
Okay. So if you're familiar with the area, they're going to be approaching Arleta. And there's a divider now. See the island there.
That's
so
true, David.
Perhaps they'll be able to, if they're going to do a pit maneuver, maybe this was it, but perhaps that's not even on the table because of the potential for dangerous violent act here. Oh, the light is green, not running the red light.
Yeah, so far been, driving very safely and following some rules, but not turning it, not stopping and not pulling over.
Okay, barely making it under the overpass, still very slow, 15 miles per hour, turning into a really slow speed pursuit here. So this person might be trying to figure out what to do.
Right.
Maybe he or she is on the phone with somebody right now. We don't know.
Yeah, it could be sort of a panic situation, not knowing where to go next and what to do.
With the dog in the vehicle, a small dog at that, and the passenger seat.
And the patrol car right behind that minivan. And like you said, David, the tinted windows, it was really hard to see if there's, we know that there is apparently a female suspect and a dog, but if there's anybody in the back seat, we don't really know for sure.
Look at this line of police vehicles right behind this driver on Sheldon Street. Oh,
okay.
Pulling over.
Okay, good.
Okay, let's see what they do. Okay. Be careful here. I mean, even though it was a slow speed pursuit,
right,
the potential for violence.
And we think 2 people were shot in Echo Park, so this person is capable of violence, obviously.
Let's see. Is the window down?
Sheldon and Cran.
Uh-oh, taking off again.
Oh.
All right,
Oh,
and looping
and
around.
turning around, though.
U-turning.
Oh.
There are, let's see
Boy,
what they do.
this
They're
boy.
blocking her in. They're blocking the driver
dear.
in.
Okay.
Okay, and this driver is refusing to stop. Okay, there's a good shot inside the vehicle. There's the dog. Looks like some sort of a pug of some sort, maybe. So, we're giving you some headlines here. The driver may be armed. The suspect may be connected to a shooting in Echo Park. We do know there are 2 people that have been injured in that shooting. And there you could see there's the dog. Okay, so
this is on Sheldon Street in Sun Valley.
we could see a little bit of the driver's behavior now. This driver has stopped.
Okay, so now he's playing cat and mouse. And we do believe this is a female suspect, but twice have stopped and then taken off again.
Let's see what this driver does, because if he or she pulls around again, maybe a spike strip could be a possibility, but they usually need to see some sort of a common,
pattern.
Exactly. And for them to predict where this person is going to go. But so far, nothing that is predictable, although luckily she's driving pretty slowly and safely. even though she is stopping and starting.
So now going on Arleta Avenue. Ooh, they're going to get back on the freeway here?
Okay. 20 miles per hour. Not driving erratically, but we can't see in the back of that vehicle either. Look, there's another one of those, whatever that is in the back seat, where you just cannot see inside the vehicle.
Right, exactly. It's sort of almost like a
shade of some
sort.
sort.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
I guess they're trying to get some spike strips set ahead of her, but we'll find out if they're able to do that.
Yeah.
Because definitely going slow enough where they can anticipate this car coming toward them.
If she continues on like that, maybe they can just drive ahead and do something like that. But
stopping. Oh.
Stopping again.
Stopping again, it looks like.
It's interesting that they did attempt to block her in.
Yeah.
So, you know, because, okay, let's see what these.
Oh boy, if they.
All right. The same scene we have seen before.
Okay, this is a Dodge Caravan, 2008 to 2020. Let's see, 20-gallon tank. Can't get too far.
It's really heavy too. It's 4,300 pounds, which might make a pit maneuver out of the question, because you don't want to pit a vehicle that's super, super heavy. I don't know where the cutoff is though. There's a dog. You can see the dog on the passenger side seat. And you could barely make out the driver. So the driver is staying at least on surface streets on Arleta Avenue right now, approaching Wentworth in Arleta. And looks like she's going to make some sort of a turn.
You can tell it's going to be dark soon, so that'll change the whole scene as well.
Okay. I guess basically on a center divider right now.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a left-hand turn lane. It's just some sort of, and now she's going into oncoming traffic.
Yeah, no traffic coming the other way, really. Oh, no, never mind. I think they've all gotten the heads up for the sirens.
She's trying to bypass that sticky spot in that intersection, and now she's going straight through.
But still going under 30 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Curious.
Largely, her driving has been relatively safe, even though she is refusing to give up. All right, so she's still on Arleta Avenue in Arleta, approaching Bracken Street. 30 miles per hour. There you can see kind of the construction on the side of the road. I'm not sure if they're able to get somebody ahead to do a spike strip. That would be.
Yep. Started a half hour ago at 101 at Cahuenga in Hollywood. They believe it's a reported shooting suspect. Two victims in Echo Park shot, and then this suspect, a female, in the driver's seat with a dog in the passenger seat, and just slowly trying to get away from officers, but not going very fast at all, just doing a slow speed pursuit in this situation and wondering where she's going.
Very slowly. All right, so staying on Arleta Street, 25 miles per hour basically. Let's see if he or she will choose to pull over again, going very slow. Okay, that's why. There's some traffic ahead. On the sidewalk? No, that is some sort of a car wash just cutting through as she gets on, it looks like Osborne Street in Arleta. Now traveling down Osborne Street, 20 miles per hour. And just kind of meandering through the area. So keep in mind, this is a person, as almost comical as this seems, this is a person that is regarded as very dangerous, who may have just shot two people. And they believe that this is a female driver that is armed. So they're handling her very delicately. So far, no aggressive maneuvers by LAPD to get her to stop, either with a pit maneuver or some sort of a spike strip. But perhaps that opportunity will come in the coming minutes, considering how slow this person is driving.
All right, David Ono, thank you. And Ellen Leyva, thank you for your coverage of this pursuit happening right now in the Hollywood area. This is Giovanna Latta along with Mark Brown. We are starting Eyewitness News here at 5 and continuing our live coverage of this pursuit that is underway. As you've heard from David and Ellen, this suspect is considered armed and dangerous. They are a shooting suspect. We believe 2 people were shot.
2 people reportedly shot in Echo Park. And as we watch this person driving slowly and meandering, even using her blinkers, they believe it is a female. They believe it's a woman behind the wheel. The driving is sedate and, if anything, calm, but the crime for which she is accused is anything but. 2 people shot in Echo Park, and they believe this is the person who did it. And police in LAPD's Rampart Division are the ones who initiated this pursuit right around the Hollywood Freeway and Cahuenga. And the driver got on the 101, headed northbound, then got on the 170, continuing northbound. Now continuing on the 5 freeway. Got off the 170 for a little bit, driving around, and then getting back on the 5 now at Terabella. This is the Pacoima area of Los Angeles, still within the LAPD's jurisdiction. We haven't seen any indication that the CHP has joined this.
Yeah, this is the LAPD Rampart Division following her, and it has been a very calm pursuit in terms of pursuits, right? However, when she did stop the vehicle, we watched her stop, and we saw several patrol cars approach her. We saw officers get out of their patrol cars and start to approach the minivan that she was in, and then she made a U-turn and came at those patrol officers and weaved through a couple of cars to get past them, and that is really the only significant activity that we have witnessed firsthand. But again, we do believe, we are told that she is armed and dangerous, so authorities are continuing to follow her. She is not driving erratically. She's not driving at high speeds. She's not weaving in and out of lanes.
Yeah, Chris Christie is overhead now in Air 7 to give us more on kind of what's ahead, what the traffic situation looks like, and more on this pursuit. Chris.
Yeah, it's a rush hour pursuit. Very light traffic up the 5 freeway now, approaching the 118 freeway. Serious crimes prompting a serious response and serious resources by CHP, who is pursuing this woman up the 5 freeway. I've counted at least 6 or 7 black and whites. There's also an LAPD helicopter circling this pursuit, calling out the location. There is also a major police presence at Echo Park where this crime, believed to be related to this pursuit, is taking place or has taken place. A possible shooting suspect behind the wheel of this minivan, a woman behind the wheel with a dog inside of the car. You can see there's a very dark tinted window in the middle there, but right there in the driver's seat, you could just barely make out the driver. We're going to try and get a better angle here once we come around the 118 freeway, and we'll see if we can get a better glimpse inside the front windshield there, but we do not know whether there is anybody else inside the car in terms of people, I should say. There is what it almost looks like a little pug who's on the center console there. Very composed driving. It's been relatively sedate, I think is the word you use, Mark. I would say that's very descriptive there, and that's very accurate. So, not dangerous driving, but definitely a very serious criminal on the run here from law enforcement. Again, up the Cahuenga Pass onto the 170, kind of moving through Arleta, and then eventually finding her way back onto the freeway. But the northbound 5 freeway has much less traffic than she was encountering on the 170. I think she just hit a little bit of a traffic jam that kind of prompted that little exit off of the 170. She is encountering much less traffic on the 5 freeway, but as she comes up on the 5-405 split, that's going to change here in the next mile and a half. As she gets up towards the split and all the way up to the Newhall Pass, if she takes this in through San Fernando, she's going to be hitting the brakes here in just a minute. So we'll see if the driving changes here, if she chooses to get off of the freeway. Right now, they are not going to let this go. This is a very violent crime, apparently, that she is wanted for. Again, we believe, or have reason to believe, that this is indeed related to a shooting, a double shooting at that, in Echo Park, guys.
Yeah, I'd like to hear more about the backstory on what was involved in that shooting. 2 people shot, reportedly, in Echo Park. We don't know their conditions right now. We don't know what connection, if any, this driver had to that shooting or the people involved. But the driver taking off, a woman with a dog in the front seat. We don't know if there are any other people, as you mentioned, Chris, that would be in that van. And all we know is that this person's on the run and refusing to give up, but not driving at high speeds.
Not driving at high speeds.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I was just noticing, some of the speeds that she's been traveling at, even on surface streets, really provided an opportunity for a pit maneuver. But if she's armed with a firearm, that will play into their decision making, and they will be much more conservative and less likely to use that pit maneuver tactic unless the watch commander decides that's the best course of option. But that is definitely a judgment call on the part of the supervisors and watch commanders at CHP. Right now, though, she is doing below freeway speeds on the freeway here, but still on the freeway it becomes a much dicier situation unless they have a solid traffic break, which they do behind her. There's nobody that's going to come up behind her. The problem, as you can see here, as she comes up on the split, is all of the cars in front of her. They are not any longer in a position where they would ever execute a pit maneuver. They're going to have to wait for a much more less trafficked either freeway, or if she gets off on a surface street, then maybe they might reevaluate. But with a gun, a possible firearm in the car, and especially if they don't know, they probably know more than we know, obviously, but depending on what they know about who else might be in the car, that kind of thing, that will all play into the decision making. So in the meantime, she's starting to slow down yet again as she encounters some of that slower rush hour traffic again. We're right at the 405 split in San Fernando, moving up towards the Newhall Pass where there are brake lights up ahead. So again, she'll have opportunities, at least one more opportunity to get off the freeway. She can get off at the 210 freeway as a matter of fact, but it does appear, at least for the time being, she's committed to those right lanes.
Yeah, and people at home might be wondering, you know, while this vehicle was off on the surface streets, why the LAPD didn't try the pit maneuver, why they didn't necessarily try a spike strip. Spike strip is one issue where you kind of have to know where they're going, and that was a little hard to predict. But the pit maneuver, there were certainly times, especially in kind of an industrial area there in the Sun Valley area, where it could have happened. But when you factor in that firearm, that becomes an issue. And, you know, you don't want to be too aggressive with somebody who apparently has a weapon, who's reportedly has a weapon and may have used it already on 2 other people. If they get involved in an accident, bullets might start flying, and who knows who could be hit by those. They want these to end peacefully. They don't want this to end in violence, and so they are content at this point to just stay behind the driver and not let her get away.
And as we wait to confirm the details of the original scene of the alleged crime, again, we're hearing that she was armed, or is armed, with a silver handgun, allegedly, and also 2 gunshot victims, as we've been reporting, and all this happened in Echo Park. But as we wait to confirm the details of that and the relationship with this, between this driver and the possible victims, the alleged victims, what comes to mind to me is a domestic violence situation. We do not know, but she's driving very calmly. She has a small dog. She's now exiting on the 210.
Getting off on the 210. Getting off on the 210. And to your point, Giovanna, her state of mind is critical here. And since the crime that they are investigating is happening in real time, you have LAPD in Echo Park right now investigating that shooting, trying to gather more information, trying to get the facts, and then relay them to CHP. That information is vital for the units in the pursuit. It's also vital for the supervisor back at the division office who is making the calls and deciding what the best course of action is here. I can tell you that there is no appearance of letting this go. So that's one thing we can say for sure, and for obvious reasons. You have an potentially armed and dangerous driver on the run here now on a major freeway. She saw the rush hour traffic ahead of her on the 5 freeway, I think, and decided to get off on the 210. So she's now going southbound on the 210, which really is eastbound, as we make our way around the San Fernando Valley here, and eventually, if she stays on the 210, towards Latuna Canyon. But in the meantime, she is getting off. She's getting off the freeway, and now we'll be on surface streets where they will have more decisions to make here in Sylmar.
It ups the ante. Every time she gets on surface streets, that changes things. There could be cross traffic, there could be a collision, there could be somebody crossing the street, a pedestrian. There are all sorts of other elements that you introduce once they get off the freeway and everybody's going in the same direction versus onto a surface street like this where there's cross traffic and pedestrians involved as well. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And I think these are all LAPD units. Is that correct?
These are CHP. There's a combination of CHP and LAPD officers here. Now pulling over, and has come to a complete stop at Yarnell Street. And it looks like they are prepared to execute a felony stop here. The dog in the passenger seat, the driver with her arms on the steering wheel, hands and arms on the steering wheel, moving again.
Yep. She had lowered the window for a
all
second.
All of the officers getting back in their cars. Rob, can you just confirm? Those are LAPD officers, as a matter of fact. Those are LAPD officers. These are LAPD officers from I think it happened in Central's division.
Rampart division.
Rampart units. Yeah, Rampart. Yeah, those are the Rampart units right there. Or at least that primary unit is from Rampart. And now it looks, is she getting back on, Rob? Is that getting back on the freeway? Getting back on the 210 West. So now heading back towards the 5 freeway. She's done a reverse course here on the 210 freeway, now heading back towards the 5 freeway. We'll see what she decides to do here, but she was not willing to give it up there. And LAPD obviously putting a lot of pressure on here. You counted the mark, close to a dozen black and whites. You know, a typical pursuit, maybe 3 or 4. That's about normal. Once you see more than that, especially 10 or 12, you know it's a whole different ball game. In fact, many times they will intentionally limit the number of pursuits in the pursuit for safety's sake. And right now, they are dedicating a lot of resources. There is no, the safety is not a concern at these speeds, obviously very manageable speeds. But those officers in the pursuit have a number of different things that each officer can be doing, including creating traffic breaks in front. If there's an opportunity to set up a spike strip ahead, which you're not going to see on the freeway, especially a busy freeway on a Thursday afternoon. But everybody's got a job here, and once they come to a stop and execute that felony stop, that's when everybody kicks into action and takes up position behind that vehicle. So right now you can see traffic slowing down there on the 5 freeway as she now merges onto the Golden State freeway.
Yeah. And sometimes we'll see patrol cars pull back when the driver of a pursuit is driving erratically and at high speeds and weaving in and out of traffic. Sometimes they will pull back for the safety of the community, of the other motorists on the road. They're not doing that now because, again, she is driving in a measured manner. But it's likely it has something to do with the crime, the initial reported crime of 2 people being shot, and they may have other information about this driver that we don't know. They could be in contact with this driver. Family members may be in contact with the driver. They may just want to, keep this strategy of slow and go.
Slow and go.
Yeah.
I am wondering, like I'm sure many of you are at home, about the condition of the people who were shot in Echo Park and what the circumstances were around that shooting. Was it a home, a business, some public area, private area? Where it happened, what happened, and our assignment desk is working diligently right now trying to get those answers from the LA Police Department to see what exactly happened there. That would be the Rampart Division where it happened. So, in fact, if you look to the right here, that apparently is the crime scene there. So it looks like it was in a park, and you see the yellow tape there, indicative of a pretty big crime.
Yeah.
We
perimeter that they're investigating.
Right. So we're going to try to. Okay, and traffic still going by, but that's apparently where it happened. No bodies that are there that are visible, so that would indicate that whoever was there has been transported, taken to the hospital. But the investigation is underway. There would be evidence left behind, and the officers are going to go over that. Detectives will pore over that and try to get more information about this. But yeah, that's the scene where it happened. That is quite a distance away from where we find ourselves now, which is on the 5 freeway in Granada Hills, still in the city of Los Angeles, but going farther and farther north and getting deeper and deeper into typical LA rush hour traffic, followed by as many as 11, perhaps more, LA Police Department units. It is interesting that the CHP has not joined this pursuit, to my knowledge, that we can see, and that the LAPD is the lead agency and so far the only agency. It is within the the city of Los Angeles, but also, of course, on the freeways, which would make it the Highway Patrol's bailiwick. So we will see if any sort of transfer happens or whether they are content to continue things as they are.
Yeah. Again, still on the I-5 northbound, in the Newhall area now. Chris, are you still there with us?
Yeah, so she had the opportunity, I'm sorry, we were just listening to the radio traffic. She had the opportunity to get onto the 14 freeway. We are now in the Santa Clarita Valley, but she is now committed to the 5 freeway. So she's bypassed the 14 split. She is on the 5 freeway. The sun is beginning to set here, so they're going to be relying pretty soon here in a few more minutes. They will be relying on that night sun that you occasionally see rolling through the shot there, compliments of that LAPD airship. Again, this is indeed an LAPD pursuit, CHP monitoring, but right now LAPD has their suspect in sight. This is a real-time crime that they are investigating, and this is a suspect who is on the run from Echo Park. So all of those factors are playing into this, and they are trying to put it all together and figure out what the best steps are here. Do they get do they have the woman's cell phone? Are they able to get a crisis negotiator on the line with her potentially? What is her state of mind? Is she under the influence? Stuff like that. Perhaps even a domestic violence situation, if they can confirm that. Like you mentioned, Giovanna, that will give them more clues into how to deal with this and how to talk some sense into this person if they can get a hold of her. But obviously, she is not in her right frame of mind right now. She is fleeing from a dozen LAPD officers in the Santa Clarita Valley now. We have now left LAPD's jurisdiction, mind you. We are now in LA County's jurisdiction on the 5 freeway, which is the jurisdiction of the California Highway Patrol. Not a problem. LAPD will stay on this if they choose to. There are plenty of resources, though, available to assist. There is mutual aid from the county, and there are CHP units all up and down the state along the 5 freeway ready to get involved in the event that local law enforcement needs their help. So right now, LAPD has plenty of resources and plenty of motivation to get this person off the road. I think we're going to see this to the bitter end. This is not a suspect that's going to get very far. They will take this all the way until she runs out of gas, quite frankly.
All right. Well, we are going to watch this along with all of you. We don't know if a spike strip has been employed or might be employed, but if there is, and it was done successfully, the evidence of that will be pretty apparent and fairly soon. So we're just watching this.
Looking to see if her tires appear to be impacted by a possible spike strip. I'm not seeing anything right now, but I am noticing that traffic is pretty light. It's moving, which makes it safer.
Yeah, makes it safer. I mean, if there are fewer people around, as we watch this, you know, with a spike strip, of course, the deflation of the tires would not be immediate. We're getting word now from the Highway Patrol that they in fact did employ a spike strip, and she did in fact hit it. So
okay, take a look there. Take a look. Take a look at that front left. That front left tire.
Now we can
there
see
is something dangling behind on the backside of the fender. And that wheel, while the vehicle appears to be driving nominally, that front left tire it looks interesting. I think that it would have deflated by now if it was a clean hit. It probably would have deflated. In fact, what I saw dangling, is it still? Yeah,
I think it's part of the body.
Either looks like a piece of molding from that front fender that's kind of dangling there. So yeah, it'll be interesting. I guess if they did make contact with it, you would imagine if it was a good spike, you would start to see those tires deflate by now, and you would see the behavior of the vehicle change a little bit, but I'm not seeing it. And, you know, it could be, if she is low on air, I mean, it could be why she is traveling at these relatively tame speeds. She's not going fast, but she's not going slow either, doing about mid-50s, 50, 55 miles per hour. Again, by now you would expect to see those tires going flat.
Right. It's a gradual process. What they don't want to do when they use a spike strip, it's designed this way, as you know, Chris, to not cause a blowout, but to cause a gradual deflation of the tires. A blowout is dangerous, tire deflation much less so. And the idea is to make the vehicle much, much harder to drive, much, much harder to maneuver, and then the driver eventually gives up. We've seen it literally dozens of times.
The spikes on that strip are literally little tubes that are injected through the tire and the inner tire and eventually just allow the air to slowly deflate. So it's a gradual process, as you're talking about, Mark, and one that usually would have happened by now, although I don't know where they executed that spike strip. It must have been before we picked it up. But I don't know. I haven't seen any sign of a spike strip on the freeway, that's for sure.
Yeah,
it must have happened maybe when she got off the 170, perhaps. I don't know.
That spotlight we saw just a moment ago, is that a helicopter? Is that a law enforcement helicopter?
That is LAPD.
Yeah.
It was right overhead. It's actually fallen back a little bit. You can see that night sun towards the tail end of the pursuit. He's probably, there he goes. He's
can see
aiming it right back on her.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes, and that could change as the sun goes down and they need that night sun more, but sometimes, you know, the night sun can agitate the driver. It's a very helpful tool for obviously to help law enforcement maintain a visual. It's also helpful in letting other motorists know that there is police activity, as if the lights and sirens weren't enough. They definitely know once there's a big shiny night sun on them that something's coming up behind them.
Right.
In this case, you can see as it gets darker, they're looking to keep that night sun on her. It is a tricky thing. People think it's easy to point that light. It is not easy. It takes a lot of practice. These guys are experts. They do it every single night. But CHP is now apparently getting ready to get involved in this pursuit. So apparently, LAPD, in all likelihood, I cannot confirm this, but in all likelihood, if they're getting ready to pick it up, that means LAPD has asked for assistance and is able to hand this off to let the state troopers do their job and bringing this to an end.
And Chris,
it is their jurisdiction. LAPD could stay on it, or they could bring all those resources back to the city. Right now, you've got a dozen officers from Rampart that are now well outside of the city and might be very well needed back in the city. So right now, it sounds like California Highway Patrol is preparing to take this pursuit over, or at least get involved in some way.
and when you guys pulled back, Chris, and we could see the wider view of the freeway, it does appear that they're trying to control traffic and how close the other vehicles are approaching the suspect vehicle, because they're keeping the cars behind these patrol cars.
They are. You're watching the handoff take place as we speak. There comes CHP. That is the new primary unit in this pursuit, and now LAPD will back off. CHP with 2 units at least in position there. You've got the Challenger, you've got the Interceptor SUV, and others making their way over here. And LAPD, as I mentioned, will eventually head back towards the city. Usually they'll keep at least one black and white in the pursuit just to kind of trail behind and eventually make the arrest and bring the suspect back to the city of LA. But you can see California Highway Patrol has now officially taken over the pursuit, and we basically have a brand new pursuit. I say that because the policies change. Once CHP takes it over from a local jurisdiction, you have a whole new set of decisions, a set of decision makers by the supervisors, the watch commanders. A whole new team is now dedicated to bringing this pursuit to a peaceful resolution. LAPD backing out, California Highway Patrol taking over with a whole new handbook, if you will, guys.
And again, for those of you just joining us, this is a pursuit of a shooting suspect. 2 people reported who have been shot in the Rampart area of Los Angeles in Echo Park. Started a little before 4:30 this afternoon. 2 people shot. We don't know their conditions, but they have been transported. They are not still at the scene, so it appears they were at least taken to the hospital. Don't know how they're doing or if they are still with us. There's reported to be a woman behind the wheel of this vehicle armed with a silver handgun. And well, one of the stranger things about this, Giovanna, is that she's got a dog.
She has a white dog with, I believe, a seatbelt on it. I thought that's what I saw. It's hard to know for sure, but again, we've been following this Dodge Caravan for almost an hour now. Again, this started around 4:25, and the woman has been driving relatively, in a measured manner. She hasn't been speeding. She hasn't been driving erratically. She hasn't been weaving in and out of lanes as we've seen some other pursuit suspects do. But this is still a dangerous pursuit. A pursuit is dangerous no matter what the circumstances. Several patrol cars have been following her. Other cars are in jeopardy. She's been on the freeways, on local side streets as well. And because this is a serious crime that they suspect her of being involved with, they don't appear to be backing off.
No, they're not going to back off. With a crime this serious, 2 victims who've been taken to the hospital, report of a shooting suspect who may still, in fact, be armed. That's the report they have. Clearly, somebody got a look at this vehicle as it was leaving the crime scene, and that is what alerted the police to begin this pursuit. And, you know, the LAPD now handing it off to the Highway Patrol. And if you're watching at home and you want to keep track of which agency is which, somebody schooled me on this a long time ago. The Highway Patrol vehicles, although they are black and white like LAPD vehicles, LAPD has 2 white doors, the front and the rear door are white. CHP, just the front door is white. So that's a quick way to spot it from the air to determine which agency is involved in the pursuit.
Noted. Thank you, Mark. Well, now we know. But yes, and Chris confirmed that the CHP made the transfer from the LAPD, taking over this pursuit now, and they are driving through Valencia on their way north, and you just wonder how far north this driver will continue.
Yeah, and you know, a spike strip was employed about, I'd say, about 7 or 8 minutes ago. She did reportedly hit a spike strip. It appears that spike strip has had no effect because the tires are not flat. We can only see one side of the vehicle. Well, maybe, I don't know, that left front, but it's hard to tell. I think if it was flat, it would be maybe smoking. There'd be some disintegration.
At least
There'd be some
a little bit of a wobble.
chunking off of it now. But you know, Chris, you're closer to it. You might be able to tell us with more accuracy what you're seeing in terms of the tires.
Yeah, I was suspicious of that front left tire as well, but you would expect to see a little more of a wobble in the vehicle. The driving, the behavior of the vehicle would change, and you would see it. It would be evident, especially, you know, she's, again, doing about 55 miles per hour. Now, what you just saw there was a CHP unit speed right by her. That is a clue that perhaps, maybe, if they have an opportunity up ahead, perhaps they will give it another try and attempt another spike strip. Now, right now, most of the units are right behind her. What is probably, I'm trying to think back, you know, we saw her pull over now a couple of times. She was kind of stopping and going at times even off the freeway when she got off the freeway, almost as if she was thinking about giving up, and then she didn't give up and she kept on going. But, you know, once it's in her head that she's on borrowed time, and she didn't appear to be in great shape. It was a larger individual behind the wheel that was probably less likely to foot bail and go running for it. She's on borrowed time here, and so she's going to realize that in not too short order. In fact, as we get up towards Castaic now, we're actually starting to get away from the Santa Clarita Valley, and that will provide CHP even more room on the freeway to get fancy if they want to try a spike strip, or if she slows down enough, even potentially a pit maneuver if they feel that would be a good move in this situation. In any event, whatever happened with that original spike strip does not appear to have had the desired effect.
Right, and if she continues, she will drive north into the Grapevine and down into Bakersfield, and hopefully we hope that it ends before she gets to either one of those areas. And we know this is a Dodge Caravan, and we were given some information that it has a 20-gallon tank, so maybe gas will become a factor at some point.
Yeah, and so will daylight. We still have a little bit of dusk left here, which is going to allow us and the helicopter down there to follow her another couple of miles, a few more miles past Castaic Lake. At some point in the next few minutes, it's going to be pitch black. It's going to be pitch black. The freeway is going to narrow a bit, and it'll be a different ball game. She may lose some of the helicopters. They will, LAPD's got the night vision, so they will keep going, but we probably will have to be shooting it from afar until we lose sight of her. But she is definitely leaving the metro Los Angeles area. She is now exiting Santa Clarita Valley, and now basically heading up towards the Grapevine, where she has limited opportunities to exit the freeway, and she does appear to be pretty committed to the northbound 5 freeway.
Well, and from what I've been able to look up in terms, you just brought it up, how much, how far this pursuit may go. This thing can get 25 miles per gallon highway, and it's been mostly highway miles and at a fairly low speed. So they may be getting all of that 25 miles per gallon. So then the question is that is unknowable to all of us, everybody but the driver, how much gas was in it to begin with.
That's right. We don't know. And we don't know if this is her vehicle or, belonged to someone else. A lot of details that we do not know. We are working on gathering more details about the situation that prompted all of this in Echo Park, that double shooting. Still working to get some information on the conditions of the victims in that initial crime.
There's a spike strip. There's a spike strip, and did it miss? It might have been. Yeah, she drove around it.
She drove around it.
So there was a clear spike strip attempt there. We saw that unit speed by her just a few minutes ago, and sure enough, he was able to set up for a spike strip. This empty section of the freeway provided a perfect opportunity. However, I think she saw it at the very last second. He laid it down. It was a little dark there. You guys might be able to replay it, but I think she went right around it. She used the shoulder to get around it and then got right back around. She is maintaining about 55 miles per hour. I almost wonder if she's got this car on cruise control because the variance of speed. There's another one. That one might have hit.
Yep.
That one might have hit. That one I think did hit. We're going to see this, at least that front left tire, I think made contact with the spike strip. Now, whether it was effective enough to inject that tube we were talking about, which is the actual spike itself, if that spike made its way into that tire, you're going to see this pursuit come to a gradual end here in the next mile or so. So we'll be watching out for that. Reports from the ground are that it was a good spike. So if they feel they've got a good spike, there come the sparks, and this vehicle is going to start slowing down. That is probably the spike. The actual spike itself is grinding that pavement, creating those sparks, and now she is pulling over to the right. Just a moment before she hit that spike strip, she had signaled to get over to the left, and now she is showing signs of potentially giving up here. That vehicle is now slowing down, the tires slowly deflating, and this hopefully will end with a peaceful resolution. But obviously there are so many ways this could end. We just don't want to speculate yet, but obviously I think we're getting close to the end of this pursuit.
Yeah, and the CHP officers have to be just so careful in this situation if she does eventually stop, because they understand that she is armed with a handgun, and if the reports are accurate, she has used that handgun today to injure 2 other people. So they do not know her mindset, and it's very dark. This is a tough one.
Yeah, it really
right
does
off the
appear
bat,
like. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, right off the bat, they know they're dealing with an attempted murder suspect, and when somebody, a criminal of that nature, a violent criminal, is wanted for that crime, those officers have to take extra caution. I'm sorry, Mark, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, not at all. I'm just trying to see if we can get a read on the tires. Now it looks like the night sun has been kind of removed from it. I don't know if
that
if that's
front
a
tire's
tactical.
flat.
Yeah, the front tire's flat, and that's just on the driver's side. We don't know about the passenger side what the situation is there. It's hard to see.
I think that rear tire looks suspicious too, but at least that front tire is on borrowed time now. So. The thing about these speeds, though, the vehicle will become much more difficult to steer, but if you drive slow, you could continue a slow speed pursuit on flat tires for a little while. It's an older model vehicle, but, they still are able to, move on a flat tire. If she went faster, that's when it would give her a real problem, right? The tires would start shredding much faster, then you'd run onto the rims, and then it would be a whole different ballgame if she tried to speed away. But right now, I don't sense that intention from her. She obviously is having some regrets in life right now, but I don't think she's showing signs of I think she knows that the end is near. Let's put it that way. I think she is just buying her time, enjoying her final few minutes. She doesn't want to go to jail, but I think she knows that it's almost over here. And obviously we know it's almost over because the number of officers involved in this pursuit are indicative of just how serious they are about taking her into custody for obviously very serious crimes.
In terms of danger to other motorists, this is kind of the best case scenario because I'm assuming that they have probably stopped traffic northbound on the 5 freeway. These are only northbound lanes that we're looking at. This is a section where the northbound lanes and the southbound lanes are separated. And so they really have that stretch of the freeway to themselves, and they can at least minimize any danger to other motorists.
Yeah, other motorists, now that she's slowing down, are not an issue anymore, right? They've created the traffic break behind her. There may even be somebody ahead that we haven't seen. But that front tire might already be shredding. It looks like the treads are starting to come off here. We're going to see that tire spin off of the front of that vehicle here in just a second. And then she, sure enough, will be riding on the rims. And that's to say nothing of the front right wheel, which we have not gotten a good glimpse of yet. It may very well be behaving similarly. So that front left tire is starting to shred. It'll come off here in a second, and she'll be going even slower than she is now. And it couldn't happen a second too soon because they don't want to take this too far, away from the Santa Clarita Valley into the darkness. I mean, it really is pitch black up there. And if she does decide to get away, it's tricky terrain up here. It's rolling terrain up here, and then it gets a little steeper the further north she gets. But I think in this case, in all likelihood, that vehicle will be coming to a stop any minute. And I would expect within a matter of minutes that vehicle will be stopped.
And as far as the drivability of this vehicle is concerned, it's front-wheel drive. Front engine, front-wheel drive. If both front tires are flat and starting to shred, that rim might end up just spinning on the ground. It's going to be a lot harder to try to accelerate or move once the speed gets too slow. And clearly, obviously, the driver's side front tire completely gone and starting to come off.
Yep, starting to come off. Also, keep in mind, she's now on an incline. She is moving uphill on the 5 freeway, and that's going to slow her down even more, especially at these speeds with no traction left on that front right. And again, can only imagine the front right. I'm sorry, the front. That's the front left. You can only imagine the front right. If it was hit too, then both wheels might be coming to a complete stop here. And sure enough, it does look like this minivan has indeed come to a halt.
All right, we're going to watch now because this is the part that gets hazardous for everyone, for everybody involved. Because the belief and assumption, the report is that she is armed with a silver handgun. The report is that she has already shot 2 people, shot and wounded, perhaps even killed 2 people. We don't know the conditions of the people who were hit by gunfire in Echo Park. And so the police, the CHP officers, and we presume the LAPD is kind of bringing up the rear and will also be involved in this, are going to have to move with extreme caution to remove her from this vehicle. What they basically have here is a barricade situation.
Standoff.
Yeah, involving a vehicle out on the open road. There's no cover between the officers and the vehicle. She's going to see him walking up a mile away, and with the rearview mirror. So it presents some tactical issues. Now they train for this, obviously. So there are some ways that they are countering whatever tactical disadvantages they may have, but they've got to proceed with extreme caution. And you can assume, right, Giovanna, that they're going to be broadcasting or trying to contact her via loudspeaker.
She just threw something out.
That's right.
Oh, she threw something out?
Oh, maybe that is the weapon?
It could be the keys. It could be a cigarette. It might have been a cigarette. I'm not sure. That little white dot you see there next to the door, she just threw that out the window. You described the caution they're taking, Mark. I think it's notable that they have come to a pause. All 5 of those leading units have come to a pause a pretty safe distance back. I think it's fair to say we normally see them pull up a little bit closer in a situation like this. But again, because she's armed, they're a good 100, what do we say, about 170 feet back from the vehicle. That is not typical in a pursuit like this. That is indicative of somebody they believe to be very armed and dangerous. And that's exactly what we are, speculating about based on the crimes and the nature of the crimes that were committed here. Now you can see there's a cell phone in her hand. She is now on her phone.
Yeah, we can see the movement.
And obviously not complying. They are issuing instructions. She knows that they want her out of the vehicle. They want her to open that door and put her hands up.
Okay,
There was a hint of a left hand there.
Windows
but,
down, too.
She's not complying either way.
I wonder if she is on the phone with you always wonder, on the phone with a family member, someone's talking her down. We just don't know. Maybe she's on the phone with authorities. Maybe there's a negotiation underway. Now we see, is that her hand outside the window? Was that her arm?
I think she might have peeked out with her head. There's her left hand, and she's spreading her fingers, so it might show signs of.
She's opening the door.
Here she goes. Looks like she's willing to give up here. She was showing her hand up, and she closes it. So some, I would say, fairly erratic behavior here. She's not really.
Maybe
a little indecisive, I guess you'd say. She tries to.
Maybe she's trying to figure out the dog.
She's got the dog. She wants to bring the dog
She's
with her.
clearly concerned about the dog. Yeah, they're going to want her to put that dog down. That's going to be a priority.
That looks like a
for
puppy.
Those officers. Yeah, it's a puppy.
Yep.
She's obviously attached to the animal. Definitely, you can understand that. But it is a problem that CHP now has to navigate because they need her to put that animal down and show her hands.
Well, at least if she's holding the puppy, she can't hold a gun at the same time, one hopes. If she's got both hands on the dog, they at least know where her hands are. She is speaking with them, gesturing toward them. Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, they're telling her to put the puppy dog, show her hands.
She's communicating. That's a positive sign. You can see her mouth moving. She is yelling back at the officers, and now getting back in the vehicle. I thought she was going to put the dog in the vehicle. Unfortunately, the situation, I know it seems like a minor thing, but the fact that she gets out of the vehicle with the dog and now has completely retreated back inside the vehicle, it really tells them a lot. It tells them this could be a prolonged effort than they were, more prolonged than they were planning. Let's put it that way. And at some point, they will start making some decisions because now what they have is a bona fide standoff. Once again, the driver's side door popping open, the dog in the vehicle, and she clearly knows that it's over, so she's showing signs of surrender. She just doesn't, she's probably mostly concerned about the dog is my guess.
And yeah, we've seen that before.
Now both hands up in the air. We have seen this before, and it always provides a unique set of circumstances because the most unpredictable character in all of this is the animal itself, especially as she shows signs of giving up here. It would be, that dog is obviously in the vehicle now, but, if he gets spooked, he could, jump out and run away, and that could agitate her.
Yeah, we don't want that either. So, yeah, we've seen this a number of times when people, people get into pursuits with the dogs with them, and their immediate concern almost always is for the dog. And
she's frustrated.
Okay,
yeah, she's getting back in.
This is, it's not working out for authorities as they would like. And for any of us, really, this is not a good situation. But again, authorities believe she's responsible for a shooting and having shot 2 people. So her mindset is not probably in the best.
Willing. She's willing to give up here. It's the dog that's the X factor here.
Yes.
Right.
So again, she's out of the vehicle. Can't really make up her mind on how to protect the dog and surrender at the same time. So she's stepping away from the vehicle. They're urging her to follow their instructions. She's stepping further away from the vehicle. She's now in front of the vehicle, stepping away from the officers and away from the animal. Now, we're going to look at that dog. Keep an eye on the dog. The dog is safely inside the vehicle right now. She is showing her hands and arms. She's yelling. Again, she's 170 feet away from those officers. So communication is a challenge here, and you have all the helicopters overhead as well. So it is, I guarantee you, it's a problem for them to be able to communicate here because you've got that LAPD helicopter right overhead. You have a bunch of other news ships overhead, and then you've got the distance between them.
Yeah, they probably can't hear each other at this point or understand each other. Yeah, you can see her talking to them. What's good here is you don't see any indication of further violence on her part or any violence. The gun is not evident. The weapon, which was reported to be with her, is not on her that we can tell at the moment. At least it's not in her hands. It could be in her waistband.
And she's approaching the officers.
Except she's doing it the wrong way. I'm sure they're telling her they want her to turn around because they want you to back up toward them.